This video is being shown to you under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, education, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Smash that like button. Let's go.
What's up? What's up? What's up? It is your girl Survivor Speaks. I know it's been a long time. Life has been lifing. How'd it go? You know, sometimes we bend, but we just don't try to break, right? So, anywho, it's your favorite breast cancer survivor. What's up, y'all? And the Diddy case is wrapping up. A lot of us, it's sad that things have to happen this way and people have to be responsible for their own decisions, consequences that come with decisions or whatever, what have you. But it's kind of like dragging on. And so, yeah, it's time to wrap it up. So it looks like the government will be wrapping their case up today. And basically, they are really tightening the reins as when it relates to this last witness that is on the stand. Now, I know that everybody was anticipating for Brendan Paul to get on the stand and just like blow this thing out the water, but it wasn't what everybody thought. But because it wasn't what everybody thought, and Brendan Paul and his legal team wanted to remove him as far away from being called a D-rug mule, D-rug, yeah, got a little D on the rug, a D-rug mule, he doesn't want to be associated with that. And so like every other witness that got on the stand and testified and took their immunity deal, Brendan Paul did too. But, everybody was looking for an explosion, including myself. But you have to look at it in a different way. They got out of Brendan what they needed to get out of Brendan. And, people don't want to see the reality of it. So, yeah, I have not checked on, I saw the, the testimony this morning, but I have not checked on the testimony up until now. So we're going to go back and just look at this testimony. I don't know. What's up, Allie? Thank you so much for always being here. Thank you for your patience. Life is life. And you already know that I've been going through something, and it's like things come, they just try to knock you off your game, whatever, and you have to regroup, pick yourself back up, move along, and try to make, things do what they do. And, it's been rough on me, taking care of my mother. It's a lot, for one person to make sure everything is, going correctly, making sure, just staying on top of everything. It's a lot, but I wouldn't change a thing or do it any other way. So she's she's doing, fine. Today she was in good spirits, and so I'm here. I'm here. So I was there this morning, and now I'm here. Um, and so we're going to talk about it. So, um, yeah, let me see, because I have something funny to show y'all. I got something funny to show y'all. I think I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to the middle of the broadcast. I'm not gonna do it to y'all right now. I'm not gonna do it to y'all right now. I'm gonna wait. Oh, and it is there. It is there. I'm gonna wait. So, if you're here in the bushes or whatever, smash the like video. Nobody will know that it's you. It doesn't tell us who likes a video in over here on YouTube. It just adds to the like, or you can hit the dislike button. Either way you feel today. If you feel like it's a free way to support the channel. If you feel like you want to make a donation to the channel, right there rolling on the screen, and probably dropped in the chat. It's my Cash App and my Chime. Totally up to you. Any little bit helps, and whatever I get, I put right back into the channel. So here we are. I think that I like this look. I'm going to keep this look because it's the look is looking. I like it. I designed it all. I love it. So yeah, and we're gonna also I don't understand. I understand a defense is a defense team. And I've watched so many attorneys like, oh, we don't get Rico. We didn't get Rico. We didn't get Rico. We didn't get Rico. But today, like, they're speaking like a different tune, but you still have some attorney. I think people can't get their head wrapped around this not being the mafia, right? Because the Rico statute was created to bring down the mob. It doesn't have to necessarily say it's a mob. They refer to it as an enterprise. So Bad Boy Enterprises, the head of Bad Boy Enterprises is Diddy. And everybody under him played a role in doing illegal crimes to satisfy Diddy. It wasn't for anybody else's enjoyment. The things that they were doing illegal was specifically for Diddy. All of the people that have gotten on the stand for the prosecution, with the exception of their witnesses that worked the case, they could have been a co-conspirator of Diddy. That's why they pled the fifth and they took immunity deals, which said they needed to testify truthfully, or they can still be charged. Right? I need cake. Christina Coram, come down, Christina Coram. Christina Coram, I need you down here on the carpet, Christina. So Christina Coram was not called to the stand in the prosecution's case. Neither do I believe it. I don't think they're going to call her in. Thank you so much, Allie, for that. We're almost there. We're so close. We're so close. We're so close, so close. I think I need to tweak my my post on Twitter. I didn't put up let me see if it let me add a picture. Excuse me. Oh, wow. Christina Coram. I don't know what people don't get. Christina Coram is a co-conspirator of Diddy's. I don't understand why the people don't get it. When this case is done, I'm almost 100% certain that they're going to indict Christina Coram, aka KK. It is what it is. Her name has come up in every single person's testimony. It was also testified to last week that she lives in was it a condo or apartment? We're gonna look at that because Brendan's testimony was really, really quick. So she lived 5 minutes away from Star Island. Excuse me, his house on Maple. I forgot what we'll look at it. But she actually lived in one of his properties in another city. They've incorporated into this case the company that handles his funds. He has all of these people caught up in this case. People, it doesn't have to be, everybody was looking for, I think everybody was thrown off because everybody was looking for them to be watching tapes with all of these different celebrities on the tapes. Everybody's asking, what about the children? Everybody's asking a lot of different questions, and that's what people were looking for. And I think that's why people cannot wrap their heads around what is in front of our faces. A lot of people aren't, a lot of people are not really in tune with the law, right? And so they don't look at this the way the United States is looking at this. He used his employees to commit crimes, and so many people got on the stand and they said it was to make him happy, show their loyalty to him, and those acts are actually in the charge. They have it in the charge that way. So people were fired based on. We're gonna look at Brendan's. We're gonna look at Brendan's testimony because it wasn't that long, and then Brian still did cross Brendan Paul, and it wasn't that long, and then the state recrossed them. They had let out of court that day at 1 p.m. and so we're gonna take a look at it because I don't understand what everyone is missing. Everyone is conflicted as it relates to Jane. I'm conflicted, as it relates to Jane, but they keep showing you different ways where she verbalized she was uncomfortable with this. She didn't want to, do this anymore. And then the coercion. All right, so the roof over your head, you're not going to have nowhere to live. Even though she would have somewhere to live, she would just have to move and downsize. And, move from 5,300 square feet or 5,500 square feet to about 1,100 square feet. And live within your means. Like, it is what it is. But, yeah, unfortunately, I am going to say that she's a gold digger, and initially she was not a victim. She was a willing participant, but at some point it switched to her. She is a victim based on the acts, based on what happened as the relationship moved forward. She was a victim, and it's hard for all of us it's a hard pill to swallow, but that's what it is. It's no other way. We can't say anything else. We can only say what it is. So, it's a bad look. It's a bad look, but sometimes you just wanting to you're wanting to be a part of something so bad. Like, I'm not going to say you sacrifice your morals, because I did a little digging into Miss Jane, and this is the reason why people have a issue with Jane is because it's because, like, this isn't the first celebrity. It's probably not going to be the last celebrity that she's going to deal with. it's just a shame. And and I understand, like, what people have to realize is, right, take the celebrity off the man. Stop with all of the, he built a legacy and he helped people. There's a lot of people out here that's working jobs because he screwed them over. So, has he made a great contribution to the music industry and things like that? But he also hurt a lot of people, and they are no longer in the music industry. So, anywho, let's go over here and take a look at, because I'm going to go back, because I was just going to start one today, but I just want to just go over Brendan Paul's testimony just a little bit. Right? Where are we? So we're going to get into that first, because that was a really quick Shoot. Ciao. I'm sorry, y'all. I was caught up in looking at something, because I normally look at the end of the day by what's going on now, but I don't want to start today and then, because I want to go back, because just so we can look at this together about Brendan Paul. All right, I think this is the day. Was this Friday? Oh no, this is from today. Hold on, y'all. Let me get it, cause ciao. They be messing with inner city press so bad. So bad they be messing with him. He's doing a great job, and they are forever bothering him. Oh my God. It's like, so the defense has been playing games, right? The defense has been playing games with the courts. Do I ever think that is wise, even as a defense strategy, to play with the courts when you have, because all the people do decide, right? What is it? What's up for always? Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. But now, is it a good idea to play games with the court? I don't think so. It's not a good idea. I don't care how you look at it. It's not a good idea. And I think that they played a lot of games, and they were forced to basically not show their whole hand, but forced to show some things. Like, what are you doing with your case? How long do you expect your case in chief to be put on? And it looks like they're not. They're going to be done by tomorrow or Wednesday. But we're going to see where they are. But I do want to go back to, I do have the documents also of the jury instruction on how the defense was trying to finagle the jury instructions and the verdict sheet. Child, yeah, you couldn't expect the United States of America versus Sean Combs to let those verdict sheets and go through like that without explanation, without explaining to the jury what the law is. This is how they're going to put it all together and bring it all home, right? So the judge in the federal court is the one that actually writes the jury instructions. However, he does take consider the defense in the United States, what they are what they're wanting, like, how they want, and then the judge ultimately is the one that's going to write the jury instructions. So Judge Subramanian he is a very fair judge. Like, he's a no nonsense judge, very fair. He's been very fair to he's been very fair to everyone, and more so to the defense, whether they want to believe it or not. But yeah, they've been playing games, and now it's just like the United States said, okay, we're going to rest. How many people are we expecting? And so now we're getting to that, right? So where I think that they're not calling any witnesses. Last I heard and I caught up, like I said, I was able to watch a little bit, not even the full morning today. I was able to watch some of the full morning, but then, because I have to read and there's no court, I take, care of my mother. So I was at my mother. I had to, make sure that she was straight. And then I'm here. So here we go. Here we are now. So I want to go over Brendan Paul's his testimony. It was really quick, but just to point out where he was giving up the goods at, what went over people's heads. See, Brendan Paul is very concerned about his image, his family's image, and everybody's like, oh, Brian didn't go hard on him. Oh, Brian did such an excellent job. But a teenager, not even a teenager, a grade school kid, if you raise your children right, know that drugs is illegal. So for you as a grown man to sit on a stand and say, I didn't think I was doing anything illegal. Even if the jury was saying, oh, he didn't know, he's saying he didn't know that purchasing drugs was a crime. Bullshit. So, and everybody is just hanging on to that. He didn't say anything. Everybody was looking for him to get up there and say that he was a drug mule. It is apparent that's not what he wanted to say. He wants to take that stigma off of him. And did y'all listen? Did y'all look at the interview with the Punisher? With the she said, "Give me a break." Did y'all see the interview with the Punisher? Oh, he's upset. He's Mr. Freezer Meat, In Search of Freezer Meat. That's the name of his book, In Search of Freezer Meat. He's upset. He's upset because, and I don't know what can be done, but he's going to reach out to his attorney because he never agreed to be filmed. And so he was told that somebody said that they called him and asked him, how do you feel about them playing a track tape of you in the courtroom? And he like, what? He's like, what? They played of me? And he said that he was trying to, the reason why he's been doing all of these interviews is because he didn't want to be attached to this, but he wanted people to hear the story from him. He only dealt with, Cassie and the Diddler. And he's saying that it was wrong for him because you can either. The thing is, he said that when he met with the United States, he didn't think that, he thought they were just having a conversation. He thought they were just having the conversation. Then he hear from them for months and months and months, and then here they subpoenaed him to come and testify. I believe that he testified truthfully, but he's very disturbed and upset right about now because videos were shown in the court, and he wants to know whether or not. Oh yeah, Ali, thank you for that. I did watch that video, and I'm not sure how they're going to do it. I'm waiting for something to come out in the courts to see. I know that because Gina didn't show up. She didn't show up, but she did speak to them. She did speak to to the feds. She did speak to them. So I know in the beginning of the trial, they were saying that she wasn't going to show up, and the government was saying, well, we do have the interviews from her because she did speak with them, and being that she's not going to come into court, they were going to be introducing her interrogations, or not into their conversations or whatever in the evidence. But I haven't heard anything more about that. I haven't heard any motions about keeping it out. I haven't seen any motions about them keeping out their interviews with her out of this trial. But I would definitely have said, well, she did an interview with a YouTuber, talking about her experiences with Puffy. I thought for sure that they was going to for always is crazy. I thought for sure they were going to I thought for sure they was going to be like, okay, wait a minute, look, Tasha K, we need your we're going to be using your interview, to speak for Gina. This is what people are not realizing, right? The United States government is this last witness that was on the stand. Let me tell y'all something. Even if Diddy doesn't testify, Diddy already testified. People have to open up their mind and stop just looking at like the simple things. Today, when I was reading, they were like playing voice clips of Diddy himself. So if he doesn't get on the stand and testify, those voice clips speak for him. And he was asking for some pretty specific things. So, I think everybody has to take the celebrity off of things and look at things in a way of, hey, he kind of like brought this on himself. I mean, is it I just don't understand. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over the case from Friday, right? When they had Brendan Paul on stand. And like I said, I believe that everybody was looking for like a smoking gun when it came to Brendan Paul. And they don't realize that they got what they needed from him. They got what they needed from him. And so let's just do it. Let me see. All right. Let's see. Okay. I don't know. Should I stay down there? Maybe I should stay down there. I don't know. But they've changed some things here in the app. I haven't been in here. So they added a new little thing there. But I'll just stay where I am. All right, so this is before the jury came in, and this is Brendan Paul. Before Brendan Paul got on the stand, Your Honor, may I place a binder of documents on the witness stand? The judge says, yes, all rise. The jury is entering. So the government may call its next witness. So the United States says first, Ms. Garagos and I will introduce some exhibits. And Combs, Ms. Garagos says all under seal except one. Judge says admitted. The government calls Brendan Paul. So they asked Brendan Paul, do you recognize this person? He says, Sean Combs, I worked for him until I was arrested at a Florida airport for possession of Schnoschnane in my personal assistant bag. Now, this is what got me. Let's read on. Why was it there? I was sweeping Mr. Combs' room. And how did you come to work for Mr. Combs? Through Revolt. Ellie Maroon. He told me, get in to get out. If you have a girlfriend, break up with her. You'll never see her. Oh, my goodness. You get to come work for me and you don't get to have a life. All right. So it says, did you interview? He said, yes, late October 2022 at 200 South Mapleton Drive. How were you greeted there? My ID was scanned and I had to sign an NDA, which is a non-disclosure agreement. Frankie Santella and Christina Quorum was there. KK. Now, because he had him sign an NDA here, is anything wrong? No, right? A lot of celebrities, when you deal with them, they have you sign an NDA immediately because you're coming to where they are. They're not hiring, like going to rent out an office just to interview you. So yeah, they don't want you, giving out any locations, even if you don't get the job. Any locations is security, it's a security measure, all of that. So at this point, when you look at this, him having him sign an NDA, I don't think anything is wrong here. So let's move on. It says, did they hire you? Yes, I would pack a lot of joints in the garage. That good old marijuana. And we all know that marijuana for personal use is legal in most states. Now, they do have for personal use, not for distribution. Right. That's the only thing it's not. For personal use, sure. Can they fire you from a job if you come in reeking of marijuana? I believe so. That's why I'm like, people, it's like, okay, it's legal, but yeah, but I don't think that they want you. Listen, I'm going to have to look that up. So when did you meet Mr. Combs? He says, KK came to the garage and told me to come to a listening party in the backyard and take notes. What was KK's role? Chief of staff. She helped out with the family. Did KK use Mr. Combs' phone? He said yes. How many assistants did Mr. Combs have? At first 5, then 4, then 2. Given my college basketball background, I helped with Mr. Combs' workouts. I asked my sister, did she ever meet him? Because my sister works at Syracuse University. She's been there for 20-something years. And he was there during COVID. So it's like she doesn't really, she doesn't know him. Because she knows like most of the, students on campus because of where she works. So, when Mello went to Syracuse University, like she would frequently see him all the time. And he just came back because he opened up a dispensary in Syracuse, New York. So he has a weed strand. And he has wine. And he remembered my sister. And he had told them to give my sister a free bottle. So I thought that was very nice of him. He remembered her from when he used to when he used to go to Syracuse University. So I thought that was, very nice of him. Of course, she took a picture with him and all of that, and she just was like, he was just he's always been like personable even when he was going to school. So shout out to him and his new business ventures. And we always hope that people do well over here. So, all right, so let's go here. It says, who is this? And it's Jonathan Perez. We know that Mr. Perez already testified. And this is Butler Frank Rodriguez. What did Mr. Combs' butler do? Stand next to Puff, giving him water, chapstick, whatever he needed. Now, that right there is not something that's surprising. It's not surprising. It's not surprising at all. Working in the industry, in the modeling industry, it was always like, oh goodness, it's pamper day for you. I mean, people are helping you put on shoes or putting on shoes, depending on who you're shooting with or what the project is. You got face makeup. Oh, you got people running behind. Oh, look, I need to block your face, your sweat. I need to. And it's an experience, and a lot of people would wish to have things like that. It gets overwhelming. So I do understand the security aspect of these, celebrities having security. I wasn't even that big, and it would bother me because some people knew, and it would bother me if I would be in New York, and if people are in the modeling industry or people would call me and I would know exactly that it was from modeling based on the name that they called me. And it was really, really disturbing. Like one day I was in I was at the Mac machine and somebody's calling me and I'm like, who the heck? It was a guy. But when I turned around, he was like just flaming. Oh my God. Hey. And I'm just like, oh, hey. And good thing I wasn't there by myself. I was there with my best friend who was a fashion designer. But we were getting ready to have lunch. And it was just disturbing to me. So I know, and that was on a small scale for me. So imagine somebody that's on a bigger scale, and that it used to bother me. Like, oh, what? Who? What? But you never know, because that's how you can get booked for things. People notice you. You never know who you're sitting next to or who's in the room. You just never know. It may turn out, as an opportunity for you. You just don't know. I'm just saying that I wasn't somebody that was out there like that, but it was pretty annoying, just to say the least. In the modeling industry and the plus size industry, I was somebody. So yeah, it became a lot. So anyway, so let's move on. So did you have group chats with KK? He said yes. Turn to the bottom and flip through it. So he said, who is this? Fahim. Poor Fahim. Fahim. And I'm going to show you how the government, even though they said it was not going in a sequential order, they actually are going in a sequential order, because each witness before the first one sets up the next witness. I'm going to show y'all how. So in my opinion, because yeah. So what was your salary? He said he started at $75,000 a year, then $100,000. I got paid bi-weekly by Combs Enterprises. Put a pin in that. So where did you live? He said he lived in an Airbnb in LA and Miami. You talking about what? How much money was you paying to live in an Airbnb? Child, in LA and Miami? Now Miami, it's Florida, but Miami may be it's more expensive depending on where you stay at. Then Florida is, it's affordable to live in Florida. And the weather's nice. I have been thinking about moving there lately. I really have. Because it's just, you can get away with a jacket. So my best friend lives there from My best friend from high school. We've been friends since high school. She's been living there for about 3 or 4 years. Thinking about it. Um, where did KK stay? In LA, an apartment 4 minutes from 200 South Mapleton, in Miami, in Two-Star Island. So she lived 4 minutes from 200 South Mapleton. Remember what I told y'all? But in Miami, she lived in Two-Star Island, which is one of Puffy's homes. Okay, because listen, I done seen videos where uh, uh, Young Miami and Diddy was on live, and I don't know if anybody caught that. But at first, it was just Diddy in the video, and they was talking their stuff back and forth. But then Christina Quorum, he said something to her, and she came and sat, and she was in the camera with a robe on. They was in the backyard, and Young Miami attitude kind of flipped. So I was like, something. It got to be something there now. I don't know, y'all. I can only. I'm just giving y'all what I've been observing. Because listen. Did you accompany Mr. Combs to pay club appearances? He said yes. He would ask for $150,000, and they'd have to sell things for him. So his fee for a booking fee was $150K for him to show up, and y'all gonna sell his merch, his Diddy on. Y'all gonna sell all that, okay? Tonight y'all not serving nothing else but Diddy on tequila. That's how that works. What did you do to stay awake? Here he go. Prescription, Addies, and sometimes name. All right. So what was your job? To make sure Mr. Combs was always happy. Listen, you can look at that in two different ways, right? That's his job, to make Mr. Combs happy. All right. When you work for regular employment, if you work for a job, your job is to make sure that everybody's happy, everything is running smoothly. So we could take that as that, but the way the government is flipping it is like these people did anything to make the head of the enterprise happy. It happens to be one of the predicate acts. So then he say, I don't take no for an answer. He told us to move like SEAL Team 6. Now I want to get to the hours that he worked. Because baby, for $75K or even $100K, no. How about I'm going to need some more money because these hours aren't normal. I don't care who you are. Did Mr. Combs fire you? Yes, for forgetting his Lululemon fanny pack when he went on a walk. He said, I don't want to see your face anymore. Tell KK that you are fired. Ciao. Sometimes I forget. So these are readers. You know what the crazy thing is? I can see far away, but close up. As you start to age, those eyes just, for. But the crazy thing is, I didn't want to wear glasses anymore, so I had LASIK surgery. So I can see far away very well. Up close, I can't see. So they had asked me, do you want us to do one eye, and you'll be able to see far away, and then the other eye, they call it a mix. It's like, no, because I'm going to be walking around cross-eyed. That was just my thought. No, I'm not doing that. I'm stuck wearing glasses all the time any damn way. Now more than ever. It is crazy. But anywho. He said, I don't want to see your face. So he said, what did you do? He said he bought a Lululemon fanny pack. Get it in. He got it in and he laid low. Did you ever complain to HR? Put a pin in this one. Did you ever complain to HR? No, that wasn't a thing. Remember that. People are so busy looking for some hot gossip. Stick to we gotta pay attention to the facts. Put a pin in that one. Why not? HR even forgot to pull my federal taxes my first 8 months. So he didn't believe in HR because HR couldn't even pull his they didn't pull his taxes for 8 months. So now I guess he's responsible for that. Brendan Paul's testimony was a little off to me. So it said he said you just go to Mr. Combs. Did Mr. Combs use D-Rugs? Yes. Ecstasy, Schnee, and more. What is this photo? My hand with E and Diddy on top, Tushy on the bottom, pink Schnee. Child. He done took a picture of it. He gonna tell you why he took a picture of it. But there's been speculation, because it's all speculative, that he had been working with the feds as a CI. We don't know that. I haven't heard that. After he was arrested, they weren't in contact anymore. He went to a diversion program to get this expunged from his record. But the Fed said, hold on, my guy. Hold the hell on. You was offered that diversion plan by the state. We are the federal government. This is a Rico case. You can be charged under the federal statute. How you want to do this, Brother P? You gonna either come in and testify and tell us everything that you know, or what? Or what? We don't care about no diversion program. And you can tell he didn't want to be there by his responses. You can tell by his responses he didn't want to be there. A lot of people that are now, part of this case are trying to detach themselves from Diddy altogether, because some people do have talents to move in different directions. And Brendan Paul being one of them. So he, and that's just like the Punisher. The Punisher is still into adult entertainment, but he's also working from a health angle, because he said a lot of men suffer from erectile dysfunction. And so he wants, he wrote a book, and the name of the book is, he tells the story behind why he named the book In Search of Freezer Meat. But he's really serious about helping men in that area, because it's embarrassing to a man. But he done took it a step further. And then he's talking about his daddy. After he did it, his daddy did it. I said, Lord, we're not going to talk about it. That's another video, child. The Punisher. But he out here helping men, and that's a good thing. I don't think that, things happen. And that's another video. Things happen. I just think that, he's helping men. He want to help men around the world, and I think it's a great thing. So anyway, so why did you take the photo? They asked him. He said to ask the staff what to do with it after I found it. I was told to put it in his bag. Did you buy marijuana for him? Yes. All right. Marijuana. This is the thing about marijuana and its legality, right? It's legal, but of course, they're going to put some things in place to try to safeguard, the people at the top getting their money, the people that take out taxes and do all type of stuff and stuff like that. And so they have these dispensaries everywhere. Now, you get it from a dispensary, you might be cool. Now, if Joe Blow selling it on the street, that's a different story. They didn't make it legal to steal. This is what the catch-22 is. They still didn't make it legal for you to sell it on the street, even for personal use. It's not legal for you to go out there and stand on the corner. I'm just so he just asking for he just want a bag. That's it, because he just gonna smoke something. They gonna and it's crazy. But that you gonna get locked. Go out there and try to sell some marijuana and tell them that it's legal. You can't even sell cigarettes on the street. Lucy's. We had a man, unalive for that, which is sad. But it happened. So that's the difference in people. Like, it's the law, it's, this and it's that. Like, yeah. Go out there and try to sell something and tell them, everybody I'm selling to is only going to use it for personal use. You're going to jail, bruh. It's not for this. It's not legal for distribution. So, he asked from whom, where was he buying this from? He said from Philippines. We know Philippines is suing Combs right about now, but he was one of his D-rug dealers. Puff liked Sunset Sherbet. I don't know what that is, but it sounds like ice cream. Sherbet. I don't know about the Sunset. Maybe that can be like yellow on the bottom, orange on the top. The sherbet is those bright colors. But they talking about something else. So, who were the other drugs dealers Mr. Combs used? One Stop. We heard about Guido. We heard about Baby Girl. And I think it's spelled OEI. Who's this? Guido. Funny smile on his face. They showed him a picture. Guido had a funny smile on his face. Is this your chat with Baby Girl? What is happening? Jonathan Perez is introducing me to Baby Girl. She asked me, is it for you or Puff? I replied, Puff, but tell anyone it's for me. Why? Puff is high profile, so we used alias. And Mr. Combs used Cialis. Child, I got about to put all this man business out here on the internet. It's Cialis. Is that prescribed? Because they done brought it up again today. I remember from this morning that child. He said, yes, we'd put it in his nightstand. Your message to Love Red phone. What does it mean? I call Puff Love. Brother Love. Love, if you will. His red phone was personal. The business phone was yellow. What did he text you? Zans. How did you pay for D-Rugs? Cash. Here we go again from the Gucci bag. Or security. Usually Fahim. In this text, what is flowers? Marijuana. Now say, why Puff didn't just go on down to the dispensary? Why didn't he just go on down to the dispensary? Because if all of the other D-Rugs was eliminated, the ones that are illegal, and he went to the dispensary and got him some flower, as they call it, for personal use, what would they be able to do? That is the difference. And this is another thing that people are having a hard time with. These people don't own a dispensary. It's not legal to sell it. I'm so sorry. It is just what it is. And people need to really educate themselves about the law. You cannot sell that stuff on the street. It is correct. People are still going to jail for the distribution of marijuana. So it said, did you also call it tree? Yes. Here Fahim tells me I'll get back paid once Duke comes on shift. Did Mr. Combs have to have you take D-Rugs? Yes. To test his 2C. So everybody that worked for him did you want to take it? Here goes another one of those predicate acts. I wanted to prove my loyalty. So when they kept saying that, Brendan flipped, he didn't really get him nothing, that's because everybody was saying that he was the D-Rug mule. His attorney made it perfectly clear when he left the courtroom that he's not a drug mule, right? But when Brian still crossed him, the way he answered the questions, if you're somebody that can, if you're somebody that thinks logically, you would be upset because you're giving testimony in this case, but you're really giving testimony to those 12 jurors. And if I would have been sitting in the juror's box when he testified on cross, I probably would have been like, oh, this mother is lying. And see, this is not what we're doing. Did they talk to him before? All sorts of stuff would have been going through my mind. So we're going to get to his testimony with Brian still in a minute because they're not going to be too much longer. So I wanted to prove my loyalty. He said, what were Wild King Nights? Here we go with these Wild King Nights, a.k.a. debauchery nights, a.k.a. freak-offs. Mr. Combs and significant others, D-Rugs, Slex, I said YouTube, Slex, S-L-E-X, Slex. Did Jean participate in Wild King Nights? Yes. Did Mr. Combs' other girlfriends participate in Wild King Nights? Not that I'm aware of. See, this is the thing, y'all. KK didn't really trust Brandon. And KK told Diddy, something ain't, I don't think, we should be doing this, letting him do all of this stuff. He kind of like rubbed KK. I don't know if she got a feeling or she just felt like this is a kid that just straight lace, comes from a big like family, whatever. I don't think we should involve him in this part. Send him to get the cheesecake. Yeah. So then so he said he wasn't aware of them. That's because I'm telling y'all, because KK told Diddy, listen, I don't feel too comfortable. I'm not feeling too comfortable about him. So who called them Wild King Nights? He said KK. I just say he's going to hotels. Did Mr. Combs stop using hotels and move them to the residences? Now you see right here is where this matters. This testimony matters. Right here. Yes, after the Cassie lawsuit. That's important. Why is it important? Because he wants to cut the paper trail off. Because he's under investigation. He knows it. And he knows what he's doing is illegal. So they asked him, what did you do? He said, clean up after. Ain't no way. What does this say? It says that Jane coming in, Brendan is setting it up. Wild King Night probable. So that's Paul saying that. So where did you make the reservation? Brendan Paul. Let me see. Paul said that Brendan said that Jane is coming in. Brendan is setting it up. That's kind of crazy because Brendan, isn't he? Okay. Where did you make? So this Paul is somebody else. This might be. Oh no, this is him. He said he used to clean up after. So this doesn't make any sense right here. But okay, let's go on. Where did you make the reservation? He said Nobu. Where was this Wild King Night? Jane's residence. I wrote running to Walmart for them. KK asked, Wild King mode active or Gucci bag active? We all know what the Gucci bag is. We all know what the Wild King. Child. What did you say? He said between the two. So they're speaking in a little code, but okay. So how did you know what to buy for Mr. Combs' Wild King Night? We had to share document in the notes app. Oh my gosh. Who was responsible for the Astroglide? The property manager. I didn't think the 200 South Mapleton manager was so good. So I took the photo to show the manager how to lay out the astral glide in her bathroom, in the bathroom. Hold on, let me show y'all. Ciao. He done used a cigar, a humidor. Am I saying that right? I need to be saying it right. Yeah, ciao. Ciao. All the purple tops is Astral Glide, and then the front it's all Johnson Baby Oil. I need y'all to know that this is a double layer. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. It's like 16 bottles of baby oil, and then the Astral Glide. Two like, child. Let me remove that. What in the whole entire? Oh, Nessa, see, you know what? I was up on the deck. I didn't even see y'all looking over here because I got this over here. I'm sorry, y'all. I thought that I was like, wait a minute. So checking in. Hey Nessa, hey Nessa, hey Nessa. Listening while on the road. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't even have it. Paul always said I could never deal with it because I love helping people, but I don't like a lot of people, if that makes sense. No, you're exactly right. I tell people and they don't understand it that I'm a extrovert and introvert. They're like, what? That doesn't even make sense. It makes a lot of sense. Like, yeah, it does. So it says we just sing when it comes to that twins. Well, we are triplets because yeah, I don't like a lot of people. Like, yeah. Yeah, and so she might have felt like he was a plant. Yes, I think that I guess it was just something about him. Like he was when he came to them, he was like this straight laced kid. But looking at his mugshot, and I know he was caught off guard, right? You can look at some people, and he didn't look like he was just a kid that never tried nothing on his own. But it didn't help that they didn't get into that with him. Like, did you ever experiment with drugs before working with Miss? They didn't ask him that. So I gotta remember to make sure the chat is up over here. It was up, but I didn't scroll down. So it says so he took the picture. I just showed y'all the picture. Yeah, how you put in for the cash. This is important. Robin at TriStar. Robin at TriStar. Now, if y'all remember, Robin at TriStar was over the Britney Spears case when she was under that, when she had that, what is it, the conservatorship? Am I saying that right? She was over her money. Now you over, and Diddy hired her, and she's approving transactions for drugs. She's on text, email chains, everything. He's asking her directly, saying that. So this is where the Rico comes in, conspiracy to commit the Rico. These are the predicate acts. He used his employers as to commit crimes. And even if you are somebody, like, she should have been probably the one to say, listen, this is not smart. You cannot do this. This is illegal. Or the person that's supposedly getting on the stand as from HR, she's been his HR person for 20 years, supposedly. So let's see if they got there. I don't know. We're gonna get through that. So this is not good for Robin at TriStar, because you're not only mixed up with stuff here, you're mixed up with other people in the same way. And she's been mentioned more than one time in this case so far, related to approving funds for crimes. I don't understand, and I'm confused with with Brian Steele, and I understand that you're not working with much, but Brian, I'm gonna ask you to stop. I'm very disappointed. Robin, yeah. Robin at TriStar. No, you didn't hear about her in Yeah, some other people testified about her already. Yes, from TriStar. She was over Britney Spears money. It is a management company. It manages your money for you for entertainment, and she does sports also. So Robin's not new, out here in these streets. And I'm trying to remember, was Robin? I'm gonna have to look that up because I don't even want to put it out there. But I think that I heard Robin's name as it relates to somebody else in a lawsuit. But I'm gonna have to dig further into that. So I'm not even gonna mention anybody's names or anything. I just know for a fact that she's connected to that Britney Spears whole thing. When yeah, so supposed to be managing, but you can't. That's why this is why they're able to charge him. One of the reasons that they're able to charge him with that Rico. Yeah, I mean it is what it is. It's in black and white here. These people are testifying to it. They can't say, "Oh, he's lying." No, it's not. They got voice note. They got child. It's a mess. Listen, don't listen. Listen, let me tell y'all something. Little side note, little commercial break. Probably gonna be doing something. Maybe it's gonna be out of the ordinary for our channel, but it's really, really still true crime to me. Cause I want to do the Cardi B reaction to Outside, baby. Offset still outside in the garage, punching the air. Did mother do that or what? And did mother just drop on us like that? That she's finally dropping this album in September. I live. I love Cardi B down. I don't, care what anybody say. I love Cardi B down. And believe it, when Cardi B first came out, I couldn't stand her. I'm like, oh my God, who is this girl? She's getting on my nerve. But her glow up is just beautiful to me. And I went back and I listened to some of her mixtapes, and I was like, she really can go somewhere. What people are failing to realize, go and listen to Red Bars and then holler at me. That's before the glow up Cardi. That's before the whole whatever. And when I on Red Bars, she was doing it to him. So outside, outside is like more of the mixtape. Cardi B is back. And baby, did she deliver? Oh, she delivered. I want to do a reaction to that. I don't feel like making another channel. So maybe I'll do it right after that because it ain't going to take us long. But maybe I'll react to it after this and see if YouTube strikes me or not. I don't think they are. I guess you have to put reaction in the title. I'm not sure. But baby, Offset somewhere crying denim tears. Not only did she leveled up, okay? And then this man claimed her, and I think it's just so wrong. It is just so wrong, right? It is just so wrong. That he cheated. She forgave him. He kept cheating and kept cheating and This is the thing. She's into what you into. She's with whatever, but let me know who we dealing with. Not you can't be dealing with people behind her back and then now they're using it against her. So she said it started to affect her music wise and she had to let him go. So we're going outside. Outside. Yeah. It gets to be a lot. And you know what get me, I'm gonna just say that here so we can get back to what we're here for. What gets me is that, like, he filed for the spousal support, right? And because she was still trying to, even through all of this, she was trying to protect his image. And like a lot of women don't get credit, and vice versa, men don't get credit for protecting their partner's images. Because what's being portrayed in the front is not what's going on in the backdrop a lot of times. And so she just had to come out and say, listen, I pay $50,000 a month for my kids, drivers, security. They have their own chef. She's a businesswoman. She's on the road a lot of times. Um, Culture takes piano lessons, dance lessons. They both have a tutor uh, for schools, so that they are advanced. Cardi B don't be playing with the educations now. Y'all need to know. Cardi B is very, very knowledgeable when it comes to history and stuff. History is was her favorite subject, so she's really up on current times and political stuff in the government. She a lot of people. She has an accent because of course it's not things are not going to come out right sometimes, but that shouldn't take away from like her. She's smart. She's a businesswoman. So yeah, outside we go, and it's hot out there today. Cardi, I don't know if I want to be outside. I was outside. I went to go take care of my mother, but I'm gonna be inside. It's hot out there. I thought I was gonna just somebody just playing the funeral Jesus. Because it's hot outside, Cardi. I think we're gonna wait till it cool down before we can go outside. But I know what she means. She needs to be number facts on that track. Child. Ooh. Ooh, and Offset put out a record the same day. Girl, we don't see Offset. We don't see it. We don't see it. We Ray Charles to that dude. But it's true crime because she really smoked him on this track. I'm sorry. Anyway, and then at the end when she started rapping, I didn't hear the phone. I'm gonna call you back. I'm at the studio. I'm gonna call you when I leave. She said, where I'm at? I know you fucking lying. Don't ask me where I'm at. You wasn't worried about where I was at when you was out here chilling. Yeah. So anyway, did Mr. Combs contact you from Wild King Nights? She said yes by voice notes or face. He said yes by a voice note or FaceTime. He said he called me to go get an X outfit, but he never called him back. How did you clean up afterwards? I wore gloves. Why? Sanitary reasons? Is this a photo of the day of your arrest? He said yes. March 25, 2024. It's the worst day of his life. And y'all get this. Y'all, did y'all catch this? Because I know some of y'all have been, you go to other people and you're, members on the channels and everything like that. You've probably heard, some things. But sometimes, people do their thing. And then, I just say things that, stand out to me. Because I'm reading. I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, wait, hold on. So I'm talking about right here. Yes, March 25, 2024, a rented jet. So this is the day, March 25th of 2024 is the day that they raided both of his homes. And he knew they were raiding both of his homes, but he has a private jet. So he knew that they were going to be tracking that jet. So that's why you rented one. Why rent a jet? Especially when your money is his money wasn't looking funny. Let me rephrase that. He's a billionaire, right? So his money wasn't looking funny here, but he knew that something was coming. And you was trying to leave, right, on a rented jet. Where was his jet at? Child. That stuck out to me. So the snowshoeing you were arrested with, was it Mr. Combs? Brian still says objection. Sustained. What? It should be. Was it yours? He said no. Was it Mr. Combs? Objection. Now the judge says overruled. Mr. Combs. Child, was Mr. Combs. Now, Brandon, a rented jet. Come on, for always. He got his own jet. Come on now. Come on now. That's why we got to stop, being so over. Puffy got to be one of the dumbest criminals I ever seen. Watch this trial. The dumbest. All that All that setting up and all that blackmailing he was doing to other people, doing all these things. Okay, so you do this and you do this and you do this. Oh, now I'm taping you, so I have this hanging over your head, and it's all coming back to bite him. His own voice notes, his voice. But I don't know if anybody said that already, but I picked it up this morning. I said, wait a minute, hold on now. Today they really going in and playing these voice notes of Sean Combs. Oh, baby, even if you don't get on the stand, you're done testified. Child, y'all, people better know. And the judge told them, like, in order for them to move to the closing statements and get to deliberations, the United States, they needed to be concrete. And the judge told them they needed to do a little more. Like, so that's why because this man was supposed to be on the stand and off the stand. He started on Friday, and he was supposed to be off the stand. But now they said he was going to be on the stand to the end of the day. That means they had to tighten up. They had to tighten up, and they did. Why was he renting one? Because he was being sneaky. Yes. And that's why they caught him right before you getting ready to leave. Come on now. Y'all got phones. Track. You know they was tapping your phone line, sir. You and whoever else was around them. Now, here's my question to you all. In this speculation, I haven't seen nothing to really say anything about Brendan Paul being a plant. But could they have Brendan Paul have sent a quick text? Hey, we headed for the airport. Because the why he said he had the D-Rugs, hey, that is not flying with me. All right. So they said, what did you do after the arrest? He said, a diversion program, D-Rug treatment. No further questions. Cross. Hold on, inner city. We missing something. Because he said, hold on, we missing something, inner city. Hold on, let me just get there, so they're going to do cross. Let me see if it comes up. Yeah, it comes up on cross. Okay. It comes up on cross. Because I was going to say, wait a minute, hold on. So it says cross. Also, so here, this is still crossing him, right? I want y'all to pay attention to this foolery, because if I was on the jury, I would be feeling away. So you walked up to play basketball at Syracuse for an iconic coach. He said yes. So he said, you played UNC, but COVID ended it. He says yes. You weren't just a D-Rug mule, were you? Objection. Overruled. Hold on. My mother's talking about. Who's she talking about? Hold on 1 second. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So, good. I was going to say, oh, Lord, do I got to run? No, but yeah. So, he said, I was not just that. Listen, they asked him the question. He gave the answer, right? But then afterwards, to the public, his attorney said he wasn't a D-Rug mule. He's not a D-Rug dealer, right? When they went out, he wouldn't say anything. You know, they were following him, asking him questions. He wouldn't say anything, but that's what his attorney said as they were getting in the car, right? He wants to protect his image. But I do believe that he was tailoring his responses. Okay, so let's just go. So he said, I was not just that. Now, the way he responded, it is not saying that he wasn't a D-Rug mule. He said he wasn't just that. So that means, to me, this is just one part of, one part of what he does. So listen, so he said it was a minor part of what you did. This is Steele says that, right? He said absolutely. Y'all still not saying he's not a drug mule. You're still not saying that. You're not saying that. You are minimizing how much he was a drug mule, but it wasn't in quantities like they was out here just distributing over like, oh, we got, yeah, they wasn't being, what do you call those people that they get locked up? They the big people, the big wigs. The word is escaping. Y'all know I got chemo fog brain. Shit. It ain't never going nowhere. The cartel, but they call him something else. I forgot. It's gonna come to me. It wasn't like they were saying that he was that. And see what? And another thing, the thing is, if Diddy is paying for all of this drugs and he's giving it to, he's not just using it personally. He's giving it to other people to use. So it's not drug dealing on a national scale, but he's still passing stuff out, and he's still distributing it to the people that work, and he's introducing it to these people. A lot of these people weren't into that before they started working with him. So that's the way they're looking at it. I'm sorry, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that is what it is. So it was a minor part of what he did. He said absolutely. Still says personal use. Now the judge, yeah, kingpin. But you know what? I don't even think it's like it's the kingpin, but they get it's. So a kingpin is somebody that's over like somebody like this our block. He's the guy that we go to, but he buys it from a supplier, but they call it something else. It'll come back to me. So the judge jumped in here and said, still rephrase, knock it off and rephrase. Because still just wanted to get this personal use in here, right? Tell me what y'all think. Seriously, personal use or not, it's still illegal, right? But I guess still is trying. Okay, so I see why he's doing it. He's trying to emphasize that it's personal use because it's not distribution on a high level, but he's still giving drugs to other people and paying for it. Like, so Steele says the hotel nights were personal. Objection, rephrase. Steele, you're not in Fulton County, Steele. That's what Judge Subramanian said. Steele, stop playing. We don't play like that up here in New York, up here in this high courtroom, this high federal courtroom. We're not doing that, Brian Steele. Simmer down, okay? Simmer down. All right. So he said, it was Mr. Combs and Jane. Relaxation personal, right? From your observation. I can just hear Steele saying that. It was Mr. Combs and Jane. Relaxation personal, right? From your observation. I remember, oh my goodness. Still, why are you here? So Brendan Paul says, yes. Did you see Jane as hesitant? I did not. If you saw non-consensual activity, you would not have worked there, right? Objection. The judge said, look at here, Steele. Look, now, Steele, I done told you about that Fulton County foolery. Sustained. You would not work for it. That just remind me of Moontoon Girl. I'm sorry, when he told love. That remind me of Moontoon when he told love. The judge said, "Sustain." She said, "You can answer the question." She said, "You overruled." No, the objection was overruled. Moontoon. Yeah, that was the funniest thing ever. Moontoon said, "What?" She said you overruled. I said, oh, Bluetooth was funny on the stair. Like, yeah, people can say Woody was hilarious, but Bluetooth was definitely funny. But the thing I'm gonna say about Moontooth knew that he knew what he was talking about. So y'all know the happily angry lawyer is. I haven't spoke to my boy. I have to send him a little message like, what's up? What's going on? See where he at. So he said you care about your reputation, and Paul says yes, of course he does, and that's why he's testifying in the way that he's testifying. So you are arrested for 27 grams daily personal use. It was a mistake, right? He says yes. Well, I don't know about the grams and stuff. How much is that? I don't know. Anybody know how much is 27? Hold on, y'all. Let me ask Google. What could be compared to 27 grams? I don't know. I just want to know. I'm just like, oh my goodness. It could be. Let's use sugar. It's about 6.75 teaspoons. So yeah, so that's a lot, right? That's a lot. There are roughly 4 grams of sugar in 1 teaspoon. So yeah, that's a lot. To me, that's a lot. Oh gosh. Ooh, okay, so and the case was dismissed. He said yes. Did D. Ruggs make Sean more focused? He got extremely creative. Still. Brian, stop, Brian. It's still illegal, Brian. This is not even marijuana we're talking about here, Brian. As you sit here today, are you indebted to Sean Combs? Good experiences for the most part. No further questions. Sidebar before redirect. The judge says yes. So let's go on here because Inner City, okay, he said they're back. Inner City has some very good, shout out to Inner City over there on YouTube, and also Jewel, P. Diddy updates. He's a little, his stuff is a little more current than hers. She comes like a little bit afterwards, or today, normally I like her feeds better because she kind of numbers them, but being that the day is over, we don't have to keep refreshing. So did you know what was happening in the Wild King Nights? Objection. The judge says rephrase. Were you there? No. So what did you think the 5,000 were for? Objection. Still, this ain't Fulton County. Try me again. Still. Now sustained. You know better still. So did you give Mr. Combs 5,000 cash in another context? He said no. Let's go. In another context of what? Did you know what was happening in the wild? In another context of what? Come on, bro. Come on, Steele. So you said you wouldn't work for a criminal, but you bought D. Ruggs from Mr. Combs. Yes, more than 5 times, less than 10. Now, the math, but I wanted to get so for always say, I don't know, math is not my thing. Math was my favorite subject, right? At one point. At one point till I think I got to calculus 1. Listen, algebra gave me a headache in school. Doing the college level of the calculus. Did I take calculus 1 and 2? Child, my head used to hurt. Yeah, I don't have any more things like PEMDAS. Because that's how you get through, you start getting into PEMDAS. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. Listen, that kept me on the honor roll. PEMDAS. But wait, I'm not under. Listen, I'm confused with it. Right here now in this good old university, I might need tutoring or something. What? Because the square root of 16 minus plus brackets, exclamation points, dot, question mark, I'm confused. What are we doing here? I can't. Listen. Child. But I used to love math. And I was like, oh, I can do this. PEMDAS. Oh, we got this. We got this. Is right on in order. Okay, y'all. Multiplication. Division. Addition. Subtraction. Parentheses. Yeah, I could do PEMDAS all day long. Yeah. I always said, yes, PEMDAS. PEMDAS kept me on the honor roll, honey. Child. PEMDAS had me. I took Algebra 1 in college and tested out of Algebra 2. Listen, PEMDAS had me. I was on fire. What? Oh no, I don't even want to take this. I got an A plus in this class. I'm just going to, can I test out? Because I was going to school to be a nurse. And they was like, oh yeah, you could test out. I was going to be an R in the end. I wasn't going no lower than the R in the end. But then I was like, you know what? I got a whole cheap brain in my refrigerator. I need to rethink this. This ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work. Yeah. Let me. I might need to adjust my major. I said, God damn, I was getting ready to start clinical. God, I'm glad I didn't, because I can't go past this sheep brain. Why we got? You know, I'm gonna just withdraw, and it's still within the withdrawal period. So I can just withdraw and not have it affect my record. I can't do this. I can't. I need to rethink my whole major. I'm gonna just sit this whole semester out. Listen. So anyway, how do you feel about Mr. Combs? He said it's complicated. No further questions. That was it for Seal. So no recross. So wait, I don't skip past because it was so fast with Ryan Steele. He had done. Did you ever give? Oh, so wait a minute, y'all. Okay, so wait a minute. Wasn't we on Steele first? Oh, this was the cross, the recross. I'm sorry. So that's why he said, did you ever give Mr. Combs $5,000 cash in in another context? She should have added to this question, so related to, like, Wild King Nights or purchasing D-Rugs. So I think that's what she meant. She should have said what she meant. Because, yeah. So she said, you said you wouldn't work for a criminal, but you bought D-Rugs from Mr. Combs. Yes, more than 5 times less than 10. Okay. It's a crime. And I guess for personal use, they're trying to say for personal use, it's a crime if you get caught. If you get caught like you did on March 25th of 2024, it's a crime. You're a criminal. They removed it from your record, but you're everywhere. You're here, there, you're everywhere, Brandon. How do you feel about Mr. Combs? This speaks volumes. He said it's complicated. Listen, y'all, it's complicated. He took my freedom. I thought I was coming in here to do some real stuff. I didn't know I was going to be in here buying D-Rugs, setting up for Wild King Nights. Having to see Diddy in a wig. Your thing was science and history. Listen. Child. He didn't know he had to do all that. He didn't know he was going to come to work one day and see this. He didn't know he was going to see this. He didn't know. He said, thank you, thank you. You may go, Mr. Paul. So the government may call us next witness, first some exhibits. So they're reading this text between Combs and KK from April 25th of 2023. All right, let me see if I can get the voices out for them, because they get on my nerves. I don't forgot who KK was, but I think I would remember. So here you go. Combs says,
I can't take it no more. I will not die. And here comes.
KK says, you can have a release after the studio. We control our energy.
Whatever. Get me Frank.
So then the United States says, play the audio message by Mr. Combs. This is where he's testifying, y'all. Listen, only he can get on the stand and clear this up. But puppy, I don't think that he's getting on the stand. I don't think that this is what, for the last thing I heard, that they were just going to be reading some things into the record from the defense side. I don't think that puppy's getting on the stand. Maybe they talk some sense into him. She said, what do you mean? What you think this is AI? Oh, he got that natural wavy on too. It's natural. Yeah, AI is. Sorry, y'all. Let's get back into this. So, play the audio message by Mr. Combs.
Have Jonathan do it.
Miss Coram replies.
John will go to the hotel.
So we have a bit more. Then we request. Then we will request a break. The judge says, "Okay." Veronica Bangs. A message is shown on the screen involving Veronica Bangs. Then it's taken down. I didn't get to Google Veronica Bangs. Like I said, life been life, and for me, I've been going through like a lot. And I need to. Can I let me write that down, because you know what, I'm not even going to remember. Well, I need to, because I think this is the first time her name. This is the first time I remember that Veronica Bangs name came up, and I just need to see if I can probably look her up. Veronica Bangs, because like the defense was not really too happy about Veronica Bangs, about this exhibit. So Miss Ventura says, I don't have a voice for Cassie. So I don't think I have a voice for Cassie. I'm gonna use this voice because we're not using this voice for that one no more. So I'm gonna use this voice for Cassie. Oh, okay. So actually, this is she sent a message to Combs. This is further. This is about the incident, the hotel incident. Ali said objection. Always said it better be. So this is about the day of the hotel incident. It says, Miss Ventura says, so this is a text. You bashed my head in. Combs says, you're crazy. I got to get his voice. I'm sorry.
You're crazy. Stop talking. Flipping on me. For what? We're taking the blame?
And Miss Ventura says,
I don't want to be beaten down for standing up or ever.
And then Combs says,
I try to figure out how to get this nut out.
Now she talking to him about something so serious, and he talking about he trying. You can't make this you can't make this type of stuff up. Like, why would your mind go there? And okay, so anyway, they're still reading. There's no witness on the stand. And Miss Ventura says,
all I wanted was to have a good time, and you took all your anger out on me as per usual. You dragged me down the hall by my hair. This is not play fighting anymore. I was serious about Rita coming over.
oh, she ain't finished. She said,
Boris had to tackle you, Puff. That's not love. That's possession. I have bleeding cuts.
tell us. He said,
I'm sorry. I'm not going to let someone ish on me when all I've done is be nice. You don't treat me like the king. You was acting like a biatch.
you see how Child. So then Cassie comes back and Cassie says,
Talk to your people and they'll tell you, or they won't, since all they do is fuck you. I asked to have my record come out after 1,000,000 years.
tell him, Cassie. I would like to read other portions of those exhibits. So may I confer with Miss Garagos? Of course. We need a break. The judge says, okay. Now, I saw something, and I'm surprised by some content creators because over the weekend there were some texts that came out between Cassie and Diddy. And at this point, Cassie was with Alex Fine. And Diddy's texting them saying that he wants the $50,000 back that he paid, or I guess into the training or whatever. But somebody put the text context up where it just looks like Alex and Cassie was trying to extort Diddy when he was harassing her. And she blocked him. And if you want to talk about any of it, talk to Alex. So I don't understand how people took that. You took it out of context. And I'm I saw some of the people and I was like, so you really over there acting like you Mr. Holy Man on the YouTube. But you really out here in these streets saying this? She should have left her abuser a long time ago. So she's comfortable and she's safe with Alex. Are you paying attention to the trial? I don't think if this was it, this is what I don't understand about people. It is all right for people to treat people any type of way they want to. Any type of way they want to. But if it comes to your mother, your sisters, your cousins, you're not going for none of that. But you can treat women any type of way you want to. But you on here with your wife and all this other stuff, and she on the channel. I just was my mouth was just open because I just could not believe it. I could not believe it. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then I saw the full context of the messages. And it was, this guy was unhinged and out of control because he couldn't accept the fact that she was leaving him for real this time. But the way he beat this girl down, like I said, Jane is questionable. She signed up for this. She was a willing participant. She has a long history of dating celebrities. From 8 to 80 crippling crazy. Do your research. Yeah, it's really like that. But there did come a time where she didn't want to do it and he coerced her to do it. He lied to her under false pretenses about what they were going to do when she said she didn't want to do it. Oh no, so we're not going to do it. We're going to just go out to dinner. And then you get back to the room and there's 4 men in there waiting to freak off. So that's where the issue comes in at as it relates to Jane. But she's still, and another thing about Jane, Diddy didn't put his hands on her first. She put her hands on Diddy first. She hit him first. He responded. My mother always said, keep your hands off people. If you ain't ready for the outcome, don't hit nobody. Right? But he got her. Kicked down doors, he got her. She ran, she hit for 2 hours. At that point, he should have left. No, you waited. You waited. And then she came back and you continued with it and then made her freak off. That's the issue right there. But Jane signed up for this willingly. And it doesn't make a difference. When you got somebody mentally in your head, after a certain point, that is what it is. Everybody can sit on YouTube, Instagram, all these social medias and act like they don't have feelings. Or, oh, no, nobody can ever do this to me and I'm strong. I'm just not going to talk to you no more and do all of that. Everybody got feelings though. So anyway, like I said, she's a victim because at a certain point, but initially she willfully signed up for this. I'm sorry, I'm just keeping it real. I'm just not going to sugarcoat that. And there's a long history. And then this case could go all wrong because of Jane. And I'm gonna just leave it at that. I just did a little research, right? And it could go all wrong because of Jane. But Cassie is definitely a victim. So I don't understand what I'm just gonna say I'm a little shocked at what I read and who posted it. Because I just was like, not Jesus' little nephew. Okay. All right. Not that's not. Is that Jesus' nephew tweeting? Okay. So anyway, so we want to read in the next page, Miss Ventura saying, "I love." All right. So after they read that, right? They read that in, and so the defense is without the jury. The jury's not here. So Miss Garagos is saying that they didn't read the full thread of tweets. I think that reading the tweets again and adding what they asked them to add, it wasn't a good look for Diddy. So she said, we want to read in the next page, Miss Ventura saying, I love our FOs when we both want them. But there's more to it. And I think you should have just left well enough alone. But anyway, the judge says they are in evidence, but for some reason we are just reading these to the jury. There was no objection by the defense. So she says this leaves a prejudicial impression with the jury. So he says, what's your basis for what you want to do? She said, we didn't know they were only going to read portions. He said, so you just want to read the messages? Garrigo says yes. So the judge says, I think it's fair for the defense to read the 4 messages. So the United States says, I didn't intend to be misleading. So if your court is saying these 4 should be read, I should be the one to read them. Child, they done got you right off at the knees of what I was trying to do, because they keep trying to do that, in front of the jury, making it seem like the court is biased and they are being deceptive and all of that. But they kind of like, we gonna read it. And then when the prosecutor spoke, I said, oh my God, well, go ahead and clean it up then, girl. Yeah, you done cleaned that right on up. Way to go, way to clean that up. Child. And the judge said, fine, now we'll break. So let's go down here. They're back. And so then here is the United States of America when she did her clean up job, y'all. I gotta call it out. She said, let me read again. I had read the wrong version. Child, they just go on ahead and just got chopped. Miss Ventura to Mr. Combs. All right, let's get Cassie. Cassie is back in the building. All right, let's go.
You want to party and have a good time. I have to focus, or I'm ever becoming anything. You treat me like a hooker. For 10 years, I love our FO. When we both wanted.
I don't think, because they didn't read in the first go around that she said that you treat me like a hooker. I don't think that was good for Diddy. She said, Jay, I believe that after she saw Cassie get picked. Yeah, that could be true. That's true. But he should have. And you expect him to be you expect him to be more smart, right? But you know what? Nobody could tell him anything, and that's a problem. It always has to be somebody that could, check him. So communication is always key. Oh, I didn't even see that, y'all. Hold on a minute. Communication is always, key. People aren't mind readers. People cannot read your mind. But Puffy did not. He didn't want to hear what people had to say. It was this is his show, right? And so even if they told him something, he ultimately was going to make the last decision, because they all coddled him and enabled him, and nobody stopped him and told him, man, Puff, you might want to slow down, you might want to. Well, KK coming up, KK did. However, Diddy is Diddy. So KK did. However, Diddy is Diddy, and that's all I can say about that. I don't know what happened. Okay, I don't know, something's going on with my light. I don't know. So what KK did. So anyway, I think this was really bad for them to read this in here. This right here, this right here, what they had them read over. This was Cassie sending Combs' message, and this wasn't. They didn't read this the first time. What's going on with my line? Hold on, y'all. Something's going on with my line. Oh, I know what's going on with it, baby. Is that it? But now, I don't want to know that. I don't know. Oh, you know what? Let me see something. Do I have it on? I think I got it on the right thing. Hold on. Let me see. That's that. Oh, maybe I didn't have it on the right thing. Okay. So how did that change? All right, I'm sorry, y'all. It was on the wrong thing. So anyway, but they didn't read this part into it, and I think they should have left it out. That's just my thoughts. I don't think it was good for them. So the government calls Joseph Cerci of Homeland Security investigation 18 years. How many records have you reviewed for the charts in this trial? He said thousands. What is the only female name in this chart? Jane. So I think they're introducing some new evidence in here that was validated. And this is also where I think, they prove she is a victim at some point. So turn off the public screen. So we all know what that means. All of these exhibits must be provided by Monday, June 23. No time given. Will be on alert and published. So yes, the press has been filing motions that once something is played in an open courtroom, anytime any exhibits are played in a public courtroom, it's now the public, and it should be released to the public. And so, they've been inner city press has been very instrumental in filing motions about what the press should be able to get and what we are able to report on. Here on the YouTube, where you got news stations, like whatever it is. And so the judge is saying that by today. So I'm gonna be up tonight looking through. It is just very tedious to go through all of the paperwork. It is so much. It is a lot. So I did download the verdict sheets. I downloaded some other stuff, but to me, the defense tried to make it so bland. I was reading it like, what are we doing? Are y'all serious? So I don't think that's going to fly. But so I believe they talk about it earlier today, but they don't show whatever. So what's the name of the hotel? He says this is one hotel, South Beachville Pines. 522-23. So this was a one night stay for $3,050.90 for one night. Where's my butt when I need it? What? Ciao. And this flight, this is where they're plugging in the this is an organization. This is the Enterprise. Because he was flying. Now, this right here pissed me off. But no, okay, so I shouldn't be pissed off. All right, because I just remembered. But you could have put me on another plane. You know what? It's spirit that I would be like, you know what? No. So he says, and the flight Jane by JetBlue. You couldn't fly. Ain't nothing wrong with JetBlue, I guess. But Jane by JetBlue from New York to Miami. So with the public screens off, play the Instagram videos. They hear loud music. You know, we don't see that. Does the metadata match up? He says yes. What's the name? Jessica Ruiz, Mr. Combs' travel agent. Part of the Enterprise. They are booking flights to fly sex workers out for payment to have relations with Diddy. And even if you want to, Jane was never his girlfriend. He never openly called her a girlfriend. Ever. Ever. And you know, some people, she's a beautiful woman. Very beautiful woman. And some people think that that's all that they have to be. And that's going to land them somebody that's going to respect them and everything. But if you're out here moving with your body in all different types of ways, giving your body to other people, girl, you at other F-offs without Diddy, even though they said you didn't do nothing, but you did do something because you flashed the people. Child, so Jane is a really tough pill to swallow. I'm sorry. So, what was the charges for losses and damages? $6,000 daggone dollars, y'all. Who flew on this one? Jane and Cabral. Jane from LA to Miami to LA, and Cabral flew to Atlanta. So, the United States and Sir Cirillo is going back and forth about exhibits that are not being shown to the public. So here's one Jane message the prosecutor just belatedly made available. You want to get a party going before you spend the weekend with a boring chick? Jane! Jane mad about social media, and then he out here flirting these girls on social media, and I'm a secret. You see how pretty you are? Your body is tea. Like, you know, sexy sex appeal, like all that going. You see all you got all in, and look, he won't even let you put up a plate of the food that you about to eat. Well, you know what, the good thing for always, and I do agree with that, but the good thing is that they are not the ones that have the final say on any of these things. They can like propose what they want, but the judge is ultimately going to be finalizing these things. So that's different. What's different about the federal case, right? And the judge gets to see all of the evidence. And people have to realize that this case had to be approved by a grand jury first. So they must have felt like there is, and they do show. I think the most important thing that what Jane was important for to this case was the corroboration of the fake apology that Diddy made on Instagram. She was there when CNN dropped the tape. Shout out to CNN. When CNN dropped the tape, she was there, and she told how they were all in the huddle, figuring out what to write in this. Yes, for always. That's my love for always coming through with it. Jane is gorgeous, but her self-esteem is so low, it's pathetic. So yeah, I just Jay, she's a hard, pill to swallow. But I know at the end they have been really making a case, about. And today, Jane, oh my God, I said, baby, this morning I said, baby, child, your baby daddy about to have a field day with this one. Child, let me go over here and see if I can see anything. Give me 1 second, baby, because when I read that, I said, child, that baby father said, oh, got him, got him, got him. Hold on, let me see if I see anything. Because she testified on the suit, and we not out nobody over here. But let me go over here and see. Child, who did this? I can't. All right, let me see. Hold on, y'all. I gotta go over here and see if my guy. Oh, he didn't. Maybe he ain't here. Hold on, wait a minute. Oh man, I missed it. I'm gonna have to. I know where to go and catch up on it though. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna just try back later because right now ain't nothing going on. But anywho, after this morning, I said, Jane, girl, you're not gonna be able. I don't think you're gonna be able to pull none of them tactics that you've been trying to pull, baby girl, because this is gonna come straight from the courts. Just hand them over on the silver platter, why don't you? So anyway, it says, what is this? Hotel damage report at London Hotel Room 229. The report says bodily fluids spread on the floor, pictures attached as evidence. Names in column: Jane, Combs, Reggie, Paul, and Cabral. I'm hurting down there. Oh. What? Child. And these between Paul, Arthur, and Combs, then Jane, Arthur Fitness, LLC, an ATM cash deposit of $900, then $600. And this, more hotel damages. Fahim's cell phone was seized. Yeah, Fahim's cell phone was seized. That's a question. They say yes. Your Honor, take that one down. The public couldn't see it anyway. I was like, wait a minute, hold on, there it goes. Hold on now, Tinny. Tyranny, whatever her name is. I think it's Tinny. Hold on, why are you talking to the judge like that? Your Honor, take that one down. What? I'm like, first of all, no, you take your voice down. You don't tell me to take nothing down. You ask, ma'am, this is my courtroom. I'm the referee. I would have got into her. I don't like the way she did that. Can we please have a sidebar? The judge says, take it down. And yes, sidebar. He's going to show another message from Jane, the prosecutor's belatedly made available today. This right here, right? Let's read this. She says, I'm crying. Let me see if I can find. I don't think I can find a voice for jail. I need the voice. Do I got anything on here that says stupidity? I don't know. I don't think I got nothing on here to say stupidity. Oh goodness, what did I do? Don't do that. We'll give a. We not gonna do nothing. Let me just read it. I'm crying. I'm so triggered by this because it's too close to some nights I felt forced. Please stop derugging and using women for your fetish nights. It creates demons inside of us and real trauma to women who are only doing it to please you. Let that pain on other women stop with me. Leave women alone who don't want to do those nights with you. hire prostitutes, and stop emotionally harming women that love you. Ciao. They got another look. She got another video up here. She just throwing people all up in the mix. You want to have me suck some so you can jet off to an island with Gina or Young. Child, girl, if you don't get your esteem out the gutter and have me do the dirty ish in hotel room after hotel room. Child, she's mad. So they're back. He says, did Jonathan Perez send this to Fahim? Yes. And this is about Anton and or Antoine. Is it sorted by date? Please sort it, Miss Becker. As they near the end of the day, the prosecutors just belatedly made available exhibits, including this from Combs. I'm not let me get this fool's voice, because he get on my nerves.
I'm not even on no more.
Who sends this message? KK. Hold on. This was from Cole. Okay, so this was him. Oh, then they go to something else. Okay. So who sends this message? He says, KK. What does Jonathan write to Fahim? He says, I don't know if you're holding 10K. Fawcett trying to get some more now. And this one from June 24, 2024. 1 year ago today. Your Honor, I think this is a good stopping place since we're ending early today. So the jurors, you may leave. Don't read anything, all rise. So the judge asked how many more on direct, Miss Comey, to midday on Monday, and they changed that today. She needed a full day. She said, I hope. She says, I hope Ms. Garagos can finish cross by the end of the Monday. Then Rule 29, Mr. Agnafilo, will be on the shorter side. This is Mr. Agnafilo. Now, you know, he just a whole mess. First, you had 100 witnesses. Then you talking about we'll be on the shorter side. We'll tell the government over the weekend. If the government rests at the end of Monday, I think we'll rest Tuesday or Wednesday. I mean, why would they think they allowed to play in the people's face? Child, I'll send the proposed charge today. You send edits Tuesday evening. We could do the charge conference on Wednesday and closings Thursday, y'all. They're going to wrap this up. Let's wrap it up. The judge said you could use a courtroom until 2:30, Mr. Donaldson. If needed, put in a written application. All right. So he's just showing you he has been actually putting emotions about exhibits, and exhibits should be public once they are made public in the courtroom unless they are sealed. And so they came in today, and let me tell you something. The judge said what he said on Friday, and today, child, listen. I know by what I read in the morning, they definitely wrapped this up. All right. Okay, so let me see. Let me get it up here. Are we going to read? I got to sign this petition for him. All right. All right. So, what happened to this? What happened in the city? All right. So, he's talking about the attacks. All right, so I'm just pulling up day 28. So we can get right into this. I'm going to see if I put all right, so we're going to take it from here in the morning, right? So and this is pretty crazy because I mean, I do have the sheet that the defense tried. I didn't download it over here, but let's read because they're having an argument about it, right? Because they try to make it like really simple, like without explaining anything, and it's very vague, right? If you read it in the context that they put it in, they submitted it, you would just be like, oh well, he was just and you don't know what the law is without explaining the law. Yeah, of course he would get a not guilty verdict. Because they have to explain the law to the jury. The jury are considered Diddy's peers, which would be our peers. Anybody like that, right? We don't necessarily know the law or all of it. Not lawyers. Didn't go to school, didn't get a law degree, not judges, not any of that. So it has to be explained to them. These things are so vague, like, child. So it says our draft verdict form is based off the Archegos case, U.S. versus Bill Huang, and the Ray case. He's saying that he covered both. At midnight, he said Combs' lawyers put in their draft verdict from starting. If you answer not guilty as to count one, proceed to count two. And that's basically how everything read. Like it's crazy. No, without explaining to them what this is. So anyway, our longer verdict sheet is required due to the special sentencing factors. It's questions including New York and California law. Judge will ultimately decide. The U.S. proposed verdict form is here. So that's what they were talking about this morning. Like I said, the judge ultimately, thank goodness, gets to finalize all of these things as it relates to the law. And this judge, like I said, is very fair. And I think that he knows that the law has to be explained to them. It needs to kind of be broken down as to, what the law is and whatever, if you find whatever in any of the evidence, like whatever. And they pretty much, they definitely got him on the bribery. They definitely got with Cassie, as a victim. Well, and with Jane too. And because they paid workers to come and have smacks with them. But just like so for always, just like you said that Jane, the lawsuit came out with Cassie and Jane read it. They talk about how Diddy also knew things was going on and how he changed some of the things that he would say and how he was acting towards her, and he wanted to be all lovey-dovey. And they can tell that it was after everything had blew up, basically. So Agnefilu says, on scheduling, we agree to the U.S. proposal that summation start Thursday. Yes, our summary witness, we now believe, will go into tomorrow. Oh, wait a minute. Unfortunately for him, then we understand the defense case will consist of reading in some exhibits. The jury is ready. All rise. The judge's like, come on with it. We ain't playing with it, Cleveland. Okay, I heard y'all, but let's move it right along. All right, so jurors, thank you for braving the heat, he said. Welcome back. I love him for that. I love this judge for that, because some judges don't care, right? So Agent Sir Cielo, you are still under oath. He said, I would like to enter sealed exhibits. Please turn off the public screens. This flight to and from Las Vegas to Van Nuys. Oh, I never realized that it's pronounced news to Van Nuys. Paul Arthur on the flight. And these messages. Puff, Christina Coram, and someone named Anika. Not sure how spelled since public screen's off. Let's listen to Mr. Combs' 5 audio messages. Y'all hear me? Diddy is testifying, regardless to whether he wants to or not. Okay? He's testifying. All right. So let's get it here. Please put on the headphones. Now the public can't hear, so then they say, "What's this?" GX1406, page 1. Were there explicit videos cited in this chart? What do they show? Actually, explicit videos. Is there one woman in them? Jane. Also, I recognize Cabral and Sean Combs. And other men? Yes. I would, girl, just find a bunker and crawl in it. Gosh. So he said, let's play some videos with attorneys' screens off. While explicit videos are being played, Combs takes off. Look, Combs takes off, then puts back on his glasses. He got glasses. Leans over to pick up something from the floor, and then he sits back up. He like, they got me on display again. Yeah. So can we go to 5 minutes mark looking at row 16? Does it also have an explicit video? Yes. Play it and then take it down. They tired. We tired of looking at this corn. Okay, let's now go to a chart 1408. Who are the names? Cerciello, not Cerciello, he's the agent, sorry. Jane, Jonathan Perez, Trump International Hotel. Some kind of way y'all gotta put them in it. So what is the address listed? 1 Central Park West, Manhattan, 47Y-120. What is the room number? 0508. The judge, Miss Comey, could we turn back on the public exhibit screens? Listen, she says we are about to show an exhibit with Jane's true name. If you'd like me to be turning it on and off. Whose name is on the American Express bill? Sean Combs. Get into this. I think sometimes he's enjoying it. But when they are, so we didn't get to hear those 5 videos that they just listened to. I think that kind of bothered him. And when did he start wearing glasses? This is what I'm saying. Chill. That's something that he done picked up. They probably told him to put them glasses on because they always see when you over there staring at the jury and making faces. You know, he's a little old. He could probably say, I think I'm getting glaucoma. I don't know. So what was the cost for this stay? $2,890. Who paid for Jane's travel? Please turn off the public screen. Bad boy. Bad boy. Paid for it. Bad boy. And who paid for Cabral's travel? I need y'all to get into this. Jane did, right? We're not going to crucify Jane right here, right? We're not. I'm going to tell you why. And what is this? A wire from Sean Combs to Jane for $5,000. So Jane paid and he reimbursed her. So, yeah, that's, something that they do often, like as a victim or whatever. Like, listen, she's a hard pill to swallow, but okay. So turn off the public screen. Does Robin Greenhill write, please send $5,000 to Jane's true name? Child. Yes. And who is being paid for here? Brendan Paul, Cabral Williams, and Jane with the Amex. Jessica Ruiz, Opco, LLC. Agent, do you recognize this? Oh, it has Jane's information on it. We need to keep the public screens off. Please walk us through the columns of this chart. It has to and from and the content, the source of the information. What's this? Jane to Sean Combs asking, should we have Jess look into flights? Ciao. Let's look at the exhibit. Public screen is off. Is this from Mr. Combs to Jane? He asks, tell me when you can come. She says, night. Then what? Jane writes, I'm not coming to New York. I feel disrespected. You just want me for a hotel binge. Then she writes, I don't want to be used and locked in a room to fulfill your fantasies. Sean Combs says, that was podcast talk. Then what? Jane writes, I don't want to feel obligated to perform these nights for you for fear of losing the roof over my head. Whether you like it or not, y'all, whether you like it or not. How does Mr. Combs respond? He writes, girl, stop. Then some audio messages are sent. This is the crazy part right here, right? He sends the audio messages, and then it says, what does Jane send to Combs? So we don't hear the audio messages, right? And then they jump to, what does Jane send to Combs? A photo. Then Jane asked, I didn't have time to bring the heels if someone can get them. So are they just supposed to infer or make an inference about what went on in between? Well, no, they will have the jury can hear about those phone can hear those phone call the voice the messages of the phone, but I believe they had his phone tab. So what does Combs text Jane here? He asked, movie or entertainment tonight? Let me know if hotel is needed. How are the participants here? Fahim and Brendan Paul. About after the show, Jane is in town. Room at Trump, man down. Wow. Your Honor, I think this is a good time to take a break. He says, okay. Let's go down here. Oh, what? All right. They're back. What does Fahim text to Jonathan? We on the way up in the elevator with Jane. What is this? A Trump International Hotel record. What does Frank Rodriguez text to Fahim? Bring the Gucci bag. We all know what the Gucci bag is. Listen, we got the money and the D-rugs in it. Cha-cha. The Tootsie. Brother Love on top, Tootsie on the bottom. What does Jane text to Cabral Williams? Would you like to come to NYC? What does Fahim text to Jane? We'll come with the cash. Then Jane to Cabral Williams. Just need your date of birth and driver's license number. Okay, you got to dip out for okay. Well, all right, Ali, you know that's first. So it says, then Jane sent a message to Cabral. How much time before he says can come up in a sec? He said about 10 hours. What? All right, so let's go to page 71, line 770. Text to Brendan Paul about sending out a nurse and bag. Child. What does Brendan Paul text? All IVs would be the same. Child. So you read Mr. Combs. I'll read Miss Karam. Now, the first time I saw somebody using an IV bag, I was confused at that. I was confused. I was like, well, what? Oh, that's pretty cool. Like, what? Is she sick? And then they bring the IV. Child. Jay and Alexis. That was the first time I ever seen that. Yeah, she consumes a lot of, alcohol and whatever other substances she consumes. So she was out before the Blue Feces got arrested. And I said Blue Feces. And that's what I call them. And yeah, and I, because he has to videotape everything. Thank you so much. Yeah, Survivor Speaks got merch over there. You know what? I got to. I'm gonna add some more merch. See what I could do. I think I'm gonna go over there and see. It is. DC's from my merch. DC's has been my favorite hat lately. Yeah, and I haven't. This is not my merch, but I do have I like these gray tees. So I do. I had on the one yesterday was from my merch shop. So, yeah, I'm gonna put. I have cups, mugs, teddy bears, of course. But yeah, I'm gonna do some other things and put on there. Have like the duffel bags on there, which is pretty dope. They're pretty, um, they're durable, pretty heavy. I have somebody that ordered one and they love it. So, um, yeah. So let's go. So Agent Cicerello as Combs. So here we go. Here go Diddy again.
Did you get the drip?
Christina Corman with her crazy child. I don't even understand Christina. I don't understand Christina Corman.
Chelsea will move to the house once Jane leaves. Options were Mandarin in another. King room for now.
I need to get her a suite. Keep her at the addition.
What's this? Financial record note. Jane to Cabral Williams. Slide Diddler. Really? They really said the Diddler? Oh my God. Play Combs voice messages next to Paul Arthur.
Hit me up when you close.
What does Jane text to Cabral? Oh, Jane. See what I'm saying about Jane, y'all? God damn it, Jane. Ciao. So Jane texts to Cabral. So horny. Need to see you. Jane. See, then what does Jane text? Travel agent finally woke up. You're coming? What's this number? Jessica Ruiz. She is a travel agent for Bad Boy Enterprises. Play Combs' message to Karam.
Hey, KK, we need more baby oil. 20 bottles in this mother.
Yeah. He said he needs 20 more bottles of baby oil in this mother. Child, what? So she said, play Mr. Combs' voice messages. I'm telling, she got him testifying, y'all, and it's not good. Okay, all right. So,
Hey, Jess, I need to get him from Atlanta to here. Let me know. Hit me up.
So does Cabral Williams send his date of birthday and Jane sent it to Combs, then Combs to Ruiz? Y'all see how that she sent it to them, they sent it to Combs, sent it to that's Rico. Ooh, Rico. They're paying. He's getting flued out. Okay. The male ex-worker is getting flued out and paid. That's part of the predicate act. That is part of that's why this is considered a RICO, regardless as to how everybody feels about it. So then he asked it, and Jane sends it to Combs, and Combs sends it to Ruiz. You see it stop with Combs, and Combs sends it. Listen, I'm sending this to you, Ruiz, who is the travel agent. I need you to book him right now. He's getting flued out. Yeah. Child, listen. Ain't no way in the world. You should have just made some smoke signals or something. When I send this, whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah. That's 3,000. I need 3,000. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yep. Something. Come on, Diddy. And people, like, you can't, listen. Get from outside the courtroom and get on in here, and if you can't get inside the courtroom and see what's going on. Y'all just standing down there making a fool out of yourself. Every day y'all standing out there waiting for this man's mother to come out of the building. Some shouting obscenities at her. Like, people can say what they want to say about Miss Combs. I'm just going to say this. I don't know whether she's a bad person. I don't know whether all of the rumors are true. I've heard them. At the end of the day, that's somebody's 80-year-old mother. And until something comes out in the court that's concrete, I'm not going to say that woman needs to be locked up. She doesn't need to get those insults, held at her day in and day out, because everybody that has children that really care about their children and care about their children's mental health knows about a mother's love. I don't think, and I think it's so wrong, so wrong. I've heard people out there, oh, Miss Combs, you so fine, I'll drink your bath water. What are we doing? That's that boy's mother. She's 80 years old. I don't agree with that. And like I said, until they can show us proof, it is all speculation at this point. I just feel like I just don't like it. I don't. Show me something that's concrete and proof to say that, okay, she was inappropriate or whatever. And I did hear, Jean say something about, but still, that's somebody's mother and she's 80 years old. 80 or 80 plus or something like that. I just think that, people out there touching on her. Let me help you. She got all these people that can help her. But this day she did show up by her. She showed up in a car. She got out the car. Nobody was around. So the person said, well, let me help you up on the curb. And she walked by herself into the courtroom. If nobody else can be there, that's a mother's love. I know it's hard for us to even read. Is Diddy a monster? My opinion, absolutely. The mother, but until they show me something concrete, I'm not gonna be disrespecting nobody mother like that. And I just be thinking sometimes, like, who raised these boys? Because this is not what men do. Some men get to a point and they forget how to be a real man. And that's just that on that. But I don't think that they should be talking to his mother that way. It bothers me so bad. I'm like, did he? And every day you're gonna say you so fine I can drink your bath. Every day you're gonna stand out there and say that to this 80-year-old woman, somebody's mother, somebody's grandmother. Child, I was bothered by it. But anyway, let me get off the soapbox. Let me get off. So it says, thus Cabral Williamson, his date of birth, and Jane sent it to, okay, yeah. So then, yes, then Lewis books it. There goes part of your conspiracy to commit Rico or Rico. There you go, part of it. So what does KK text to Combs? I ordered the fruit plates. I'll have to bring your phone to you. Play the message from Combs to KK. Here we go. Combs talking again.
I have to run out of town real quick, like family emergency. Know what I'm saying?
Child, KK done got mad, y'all. KK said, it says, so, and what does Karam say?
I suggest you say something came up and not lie about leaving town. I think she'll want to hear from you directly. You could suggest dinner tomorrow.
She telling him what to say and stuff. Yes, it's very disrespectful for always. I don't like it. I don't like it. That's somebody's mother. I will never be able to understand that. But the person that's saying it, I could kind of understand. I will never understand, but the person I know exactly who's saying it. I just will never mention them over here. But, he doesn't have any respect for anyone. So, but it'll be real, it'll get real serious if you say that one day and then you laying flat out on the ground. It's disrespectful. You could just say, how old, Miss Combs? You know what? You're such a beautiful, you're a beautiful, not such a, you could just say, you're a beautiful woman. Have a nice day. We're praying for you. It's nothing wrong with that if people out there support, right? But you could say that, not to you so fine I can drink your bath. What? And you can tell he don't deal with women. So, yeah. Anywho, let me go ahead. And she suggests, oh, yeah. So then KK suggests that, and they said, what's this? This is Guido to Sean Combs. Play Combs' message. Child.
I need 5 more bottles of each, so I don't have to ask nobody. In my Apple TV, since I'm staying here.
So he asked for lattes and vegetable soup. Then Sean says,
Can security bring me 5,000?
Then he says,
And anything else y'all think I might need. And Cialis. I'm going to keep calling y'all unless you think of everything I'm going to need.
so what is text to Fahim? Taking 5,000 to him now. What does Jessica Ruiz text to Sean Combs? Had to change drivers. Then Jane texts it to Cabral Williams. Child, just they just laying out the organization. So if anybody had doubts about Rico before, you shouldn't have doubts about Rico now. They all knew what was going on. And they all aided. And I know for always don't love me. Don't tell me about you here love. But it is something that this is in furtherance. This is furtherance. Yeah. You know how that go. I just had to say that because I know as soon as I say that, you're like, oh, I just thought of love. I just thought of love. Yeah. This is in furtherance of what they needed to do to keep running, to make Diddy happy. You know, you got to make him happy. Show your loyalty. Commit crimes to show your loyalty. I need you to test this drug to show loyalty. It's one of the predicate acts, y'all. Sorry to tell people, but it is. And then here you see how stuff goes through the chain. It stops at Diddy. It stops at Diddy or KK. Diddy and KK is like this on the chart, y'all. Diddy and KK. Because KK is running some stuff over here. And though the defense may want to make it seem like, oh, well, no, that's because people can say what they want. No. They've already proven and they've showed. You know, KK is like, listen, next time you get something like that, don't be bothering Sean. Give it to me. I'll handle it. I'm telling y'all, Christina, come on down, Christina. Christina, go on. KK. Girl. Anywho, so let's go. So it says, what are the next 4 videos? Explicit videos about 45 minutes later. Okay. Y'all paying attention? Explicit videos. And then about 45 minutes later, then JP Morgan to Arthur Fitness. You know what? So hold on. That's not what he called. Wait a minute. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Yo, I have to look into something. I just had a... Hold on a minute, y'all. Before I can say anything, hold on a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, I need to check something real fast. People are doing anything. Like now, that just makes me so mad. That makes me so mad. Like now, people be doing too much. People be doing too much. People be doing too much on YouTube, and it's not. just because all right, so it was before this. Just because he is, in jail, they have not decided, the jury has not decided his fate yet. And I just think that, if for nothing else, he still does have daughters out there. And the stuff that I just saw they put online, that is so wrong. That is so wrong. But that's not what I'm looking for. Hold on a minute. I'm trying to see something real quick. Let me see if I can just go over here to my old stuff and see y'all. Hold on. Because it's got to be a new follower. Hold on. Let me see. I probably won't even be able to find them like this. Y'all, I'm going to have to look into that. Because I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on. Is he? Oh my gosh. Is he this guy? I'm gonna have to look into that later, y'all. Cause hold on, let me see if I put that in if it comes up. Hold on, cause this just threw me for a loop. Is this the guy? No, this is a different guy, but ooh. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to go and look at the child. All right, let me follow this one. So this is that what I thought. That's not what it is, but I just yeah. So JP Morgan is the bank, I guess, like to Arthur Fitness, $1,000, but this was 45 minutes after. They're saying like 45 minutes after the last video is when they made this transaction. So it's like in line, in sync with like what's going on. They paid $1,000. Now remember, Arthur Fitness up above got $900, and then they sent $600. So now they sent $1,000. Y'all. So what does James send to Mr. Combs? I'm heading there. We'll let you know when I'm 5 minutes away. Paul is coming up. Line 337, walk us through. He said the London Hotel in LA, room 229, in the name of Chavez with damage. Line 340, check-in record for the London Hotel. Play the voice message. Combs' voice. Here you go again, y'all.
Should I book the room? It's a yes or no answer. Thumbs up or thumbs down.
Child, what does Jane respond? Child, I mean, we about to get to how her baby daddy getting ready to smoke her. And listen, you can't blame nobody but yourself, right? But your baby daddy about to smoke you about these exhibits that came out today, okay? I just want to let you know that he is, okay? Jane, you might want to listen. I don't know.
I need to shop to celebrate.
Child, Jane. This is why Jane is a hard pill to swallow for me. And I get it. She goes like in and out of this tug of war thing. And it's not even like you playing tug of war with being in a relationship with just Sean. You know what that $10,000 a month comes with. And granted, he did trick her a couple of times and say, oh no, we're not going to do that tonight. We're going to just, go out to dinner, eat, and then that's it. She get to the room. 3 men waiting to freak off for her birthday. That was just so messed up. Child, you just might as well just LSW. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, you're LSW. Anyway, let's go. So Karam asking for Jane's account information. She says Bank of America and an account number. She writes, want to send one of the guys here to drop everything off. And Combs says,
No, I don't want them to know.
So play Combs' audio message to Jane.
I sent you 15K, baby girl.
Off topic, the Ian Bakami and Fitch guy with the same charges of just saying he is not fit to stand trial. Now, what? What happened to him? Did they say what? Child, don't have me going down the rabbit hole. What happened to him? Why he not fit to stand trial? See, now the only reason why before when people was throwing it out, right? Like the only reason why, I had anything to say was because the only reason why Puffy didn't get a bail is because he was tampering with witnesses. So he is incarcerated with no bail for obstruction of justice, tampering with witnesses. And even from behind bars, even if they was going to rethink it, while he has been behind bars, he was still witness tampering, telling people to get rid of evidence. So that's why he was not getting the bail. And that's his MO and that's his background. So he has to look in the mirror every day. But of course, because you got this and this going on, the guy from listen, dementia. Child. So, two things could be true, right? Diddy could have played that angle, but because he got that ego going with him, he telling people stuff like, I got one more ace up my sleeve. I got this, I got that. Y'all should have probably tried this angle. Listen, this happened to me when I was a young boy. Because they said that this is where this stems from, right? But you went so many different ways and then continue to harass people. And by the time, if they would have tried to come up with any of these issues for him, he had already messed up all this stuff for them. They can still do an evaluation while, Diddy is behind the wall. They could have still did that. But yeah, he kind of took away from his defense, like, how to a way that they can effectively defend him. But he looked like he was lost after he got bailed out. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, anywho, that is crazy. So what does Combs text to Paul Arthur? He says, "You in LA?" He says, "Yes." Then I'm gonna hit you later. Play Combs' voice message.
You want to meet up at 9:45?
Now he's talking to Paul Arthur. All of a sudden, this guy has dementia, and so does allegedly Clive Davis too. Clive Davis done came on out. Listen, he came on out himself. Nobody's gonna out me. I outed myself, right? Clive Davis looked like, I'm telling y'all, he looked like he got 1.5 leg in the ground and just a half leg that's still on the other side. He does. I mean, child, listen. He should have fell right in line with these guys. But no, you know what I think it is with him? He always could fix things. He wanted to be Mr. Fix-It, so. So here go Combs in Combs' voice.
Can you get 5K for Fahim?
And what does Combs text to Gene?
Paul gonna meet us at 9:30.
So play Combs to Frank Rodriguez.
Frank, make sure that room is set up right.
Listen, This is him testifying. So what does Rodriguez write? Medical grade K MDMA. What does Jane text to Cabral to call Rodriguez? What does Rodriguez text to Combs? A photo and message. This is all they got left of the blues. Ciao. I'll read Jane. You read Combs. As Jane. Here come Jane. Child, take the wheel. What is Jane about to say, y'all?
It's been 3 years of me having to F strangers. I can't be in another hotel room performing for days.
And then Sean said,
Let me make love to you.
Jane said, okay, let me tell you what you could do. And in the next line, this is what baby daddy gonna tell her back.
Spend the day with Gina. I'm not trying to F strangers. You want to have me the fucking B so you can jet off with Gina.
Are you going to let me in our house?
5 times. 5 times. She said no. 5 times. Are you gonna let me in our house? Because he know when he get in there what time it is. Come on, y'all. This is the line right here. This is what's going to get. This is why this girl's baby flop. This right here is going. Listen. This next line.
Listen, I just put my child to bed.
Now, if y'all remember, I believe it was during opening statements, they said that her child was present. You know, a couple of times that Sean was there. I don't know if the baby daddy got that, but yeah, it was an opening statement. So then it says, who texts Combs the next day? Gina. Oh, yeah, Gina up there. Gina texts Combs the next day. Then what does Combs text to Jane? Child, you know, I can't stand him.
I'm horny as F with numerous C's.
And who is Combs texting with? A man named Rico Love. What does Jane text Combs?
Baby, I'm here.
And what does Combs text to Rico? Child, they get on my nerve. They just listen. They just lining this up today. I'm sorry.
El Oritage, let me know when you are there. Yo, what's the name and room number?
And what does Combs text to Rico? Room is Paul. I'll read Jane. You read Mr. Combs. So here we go. We starting off with Jane.
Make sure not to make me feel high and dry. Put something in my account.
Jane. In the opening statements, they did say that her kid was there. I'm not sure if they're referring to that time. Now, what I am going to say about that time, even though she mentioned to him that she just put her kid to bed, they didn't say what happened after that. Are they going to fill in that gap? I'm not sure if they're going to fill in the gap. I'm wondering if Jane had that concern. Well, you know, she stopped meeting with the defense. But she's like, don't make sure not to make me feel high and dry. Put something in my account. When I tell you I can't, Jane is, hey, AOBD, what's going on? Listen, AOBD, listen, I'm conflicted. I'm conflicted. I'm conflicted. I'm in confusion. I'm conflicted with Jane. Listen, they proved that she was a victim at some point, but I'm talking about the sign up. She willingly signed up for this. She's not, Cassie was 19 years old, and Kathy came to him with a boyfriend. And y'all know how he do. She was 19. She was young and impressionable. He signed her to a 10-album record deal. That's unheard of. And then he strung her along. So when it comes to Cassie, they got that. But Jane, you was 30-something years old, right? He was your girlfriend's. He was messing with your girlfriend. Invited you out to an outing. You just happened to see him in the hallway. He was flirting with you. Like, you tried to be all modest in the beginning. Oh, well, no, you messed up with my girlfriend. And no. Oh, okay, so then what happens? Your girlfriend gets engaged and gets married and moves overseas. So then you said, I think I can mess with Sean now. You got to make it make sense. Like, listen. And then when I did my research on Jane, you out here messing with celebs. Let me not say 8 to 80 because that's showing. You out here messing with celebrities. I'm gonna say 21 and above, as old as 80, or even older. This ain't your first rodeo, okay? So this is Jane makes this such a hard pill to swallow, but she is a victim only because she did say no. But listen, Jane got me confused. But where I'm confused, the court's test is coercion. Jane she's a straight. She was never this man's girlfriend. She has always been a prostitute. Always been a little LSW. Y'all should know, y'all been watching. Y'all know what LSW means. A little LSW. Child. Now, Jane. Now she over here talking about don't put something in my account. I don't know. The friend still lives overseas. The friend moved out of the United States. I don't know. That I didn't find out. But these athletic fitness guys, yeah, that's a couple of them. One of them did an interview. That's why I was looking to see if, I was like, wait, is that, but that's not him. It is too much. I said, see, that's why y'all, listen. Y'all, okay. All right, so let's just go on now. So, hey, how are you? Was that 3 days later? Yes. Then the record of $3,000 from J.P. Morgan. Who texts Jonathan Perez? That goddamn KK. Karam says, heads up. Ooh. Oh, okay. I was like, PD, is that? Oh, that could be Puff Daddy Police Department. Is that Puff Daddy P. Diddy or Police Department? Child, that's not funny. All right, so heads up. PD going to the guest house. Turn off the public screen. What do they say the fight is about? Her being jealous and yelling at him. What's this? That's Jane and Anton. Oh, what's coming up, Jane? On June 20th, who does Jane call? Jamel Douglas, a.k.a. Anton. What was sent to Fahim? Banking coordinator will pick up the cash, $5,000 for you, $15,000 for PD. They just chow. This summary witness is having a whole daggone roasting line up the Rico charge session here today. God dag on it. Now, this where we at now, I didn't get to read none of this. I'm learning this firsthand with y'all. This is crazy. This is crazy work. Yo, they got, even if Diddy don't get on the stand, baby, they got you testifying like loud and clear. They got all the people that may be unindicted co-conspirators, because I believe that KK is co-conspirator number 2. Now, remember, in the beginning of this trial, they already said it, and Mark Agnifilo was PI. He was PI. How are you going to say that? You can't say, Mark, if you don't get back in your $1 million lawyer place, they are the government, not you. They are the ones that are going to decide if they got enough information. And right now, KK and Diddy is right here on the org chart. She just right me. I'm gonna be up here, but KK, you girl, if we do like this, we gonna break an arm, cause you part of my arm, girl. We like Siamese twins. KK, girl. He said, I'm having a hard time with this case. I lived in the BD. That's and have seen some things in my time. I don't trust or believe either side of their motive. So what it is. So that is interesting. So your mother, child, that whole little like, I was on the panel maybe about 4 or 5 months ago, and a lady came up that was in that world. So I was on the so I was on the panel, and this lady came up and she explained part of what she does, and like she's like like that is a whole lot of AOBD. But I just was like, oh, ooh, and it was interesting. It was interesting, and she didn't mind sharing. It was very interesting, and she was saying how she's in control, and she don't have no attached feelings or anything like that. So with this case, AOBD, so what I am going to say is Cassie is definitely a victim, right? But Jane is she's a victim, right? She's a victim because of the way the law is written. And she did say that she didn't want to do this. But in the beginning, she was a willing participant. And I've done my research, right? Diddy ain't the first, and he's probably not going to be the last. She's a beautiful woman. You got to give credit where credit is due. She is a beautiful woman. However, that does not buy you a one-way ticket. There is a reason. There is a whole reason why she was treated the way she was treated. And so when I say she's a willing participant, because you knew the first thing you told this man was, you don't get along with my son's father, my baby's father. Let me say that, because she had corrected the court. Can you just say my child? Well, not the court. It was the defense trying to be funny. So I'm going to stand corrected, because listen, even though people got her name out here everywhere, and I guess they can't catch so many, everybody, because there's so many people, but they're watching certain people to see. I'm just not going to be running them. I'm not even giving them. I'm not mentioning no names or nothing like that. But I did do my research. Diddy ain't the first. The person before her wasn't the first. Before him wasn't the first. And there was another person before him that wasn't the first. So in this situation, you know how they say, you want something so bad, but you can't have it. So you're constantly trying to prove yourself, because this is what you want. And so you figure, if I do X, Y, Z, 1, 2, 3, negative, I'm going to be that girl. I'm gonna be the ish. He would never make you the ish, for the simple fact of who your child father is. Everything he did to you, he was getting back at you, because he couldn't get back at you, your baby daddy. At this time, she's a LSW. I'm not going to say it, because I'm just going to leave LSW right there. She's an LSW and a piece to two. But then there are times that they have her. And the thing is, there's supposed to be more victims in this case. The other victim didn't come. She didn't show up, allegedly. So, and they're just speculating that she was paid off. But it's a way that they can get. They already. They. I don't know if they're going to be entering her investigations into evidence, because they did say in the beginning that they did interview her, and if she doesn't come to show up to court, they do have like the interviews with her. They already felt like she was iffy, so they got him. I don't know whether or not. I think that's something that they should probably tell us, if they're going to enter those notes, in. But as of right now, like, I don't think so. So I know, especially because I'm in New York City, so it could be him. If so, I hope he's doing well. Okay, every time I see the name. Oh wow, for always for real. Child. That's crazy. It's a small world. So I am a dumb. Oh, but it's easy to be put in. Is just based off the conversation. Grapes, like AOBD. What the hell do I know about all that? Child, I had someone to tell me a story about how she was. Yes, this is what the lady explained to us, and she's like, these people trust you with their lives, but she's been in a long. It's confusing the way she's. I'm just gonna explain the way she said it. She's been in a long, like, open relationship with this guy, but she's the dom, and he likes to be like tortured basically within inches of his life. I'm like, what? Oh, she was very open. This lady, she came, like I said, she came up on a panel one night. I was like, oh wow, okay. She definitely is a pick-me. Oh, you out there? Yeah. You're having a public relationship now. I said I'd be in a relationship, and I knew you were polyamorous, but I didn't know you were going to be flaunting Young Miami all over the internet. Child, stop. You should have just took your baby daddy back to court. Like, I need to increase in child support. Plus, you have a business was thriving. Then, during these interactions, she said it herself, she started doing OnlyFans. Per the testimony. So I know on OnlyFans, you gotta be making the bag. You gotta be making the bag. All the goddamn view of followers you got. You gotta be making the bag, girl. I don't understand. So you know what? Alalan, the fact that the defense kept saying that Gina wasn't coming was suspect to me. Very suspect. I heard she was, it's alleged that she was paid like $1 million. But they still can't enter her information into testimony. I mean, and that's just that. Like, yes, this is a very sticky situation, AOBD. And the reason why it's such a sticky situation is because X work is not legal. But then they do have those, correct me if I'm wrong, they do have those BDSM workshops and stuff like that, right? But I believe those workshops they have to have a license to do that, right? That's what I thought. This is not, and then, like I said, this guy is basically, he's testifying through this agent. I would never think that he would be a dumb businessman, because this is dumb. This is dumb. He used money from from his business to pay for people to commit crimes. You got to look at it. That's the way you got to look at it. And he probably would have stayed off of the radar for a little while longer. But this is what happened. We can't tell karma when to come and collect. You got to do right by the people. You got to do right by the people that work with you. I'm not talking about I don't think that Cassie should have been in the position that she was put in. I don't see that. And then the threat of him using the X tapes. What is Now, what is interesting is, and I said this in the beginning, right? So now the Punisher, he did an interview, and he's pretty upset because he does what he does, right? But he never agreed to being videotaped. And so I'm not sure who told him. And right now, it's just somebody called and asked him. It was a reporter. I don't know. He didn't say from where. He said it was a reporter that called and asked him, how did he feel about his ex tape being shown in court? And he's very upset about that because, he said he's trying to move away from this. And he didn't give anybody the right to record him. And so they asked him, was he going to sue? And he said, I haven't thought about suing anybody. I just want to put this behind me and move on. And I can understand. I watched another interview that he did, and I can understand why he's saying that. So he didn't agree to that. So let's say for always is my sub, and she likes certain things. It's my job. Right, that's what the lady told us. This lady explained all this to us one night, and I was sitting there like, oh my God, I'm a virgin. So yeah, she did. It's my job, right? Those things that look like a right, but that's you're in a that okay. You go into somebody and they into the like the BDSM. You already know what you're going there for. It would be hard for somebody that actually went to somebody that and then come and say, oh well, they tried to do whatever. So she explained this to us, and she told us that the person, she's been with this person for like over 15 or 16 years, but it's like she says she has an attachment to him, and he likes to be like abused, like right before, like he likes to be choked, like right before he loses his breath, and it's because she is the dom, he's the sub. He trusts her with his life. So before she stopped, I was just like, wait a minute, where they do this at? Wow. So yeah, she did. She explained all that to us. It was crazy. It was crazy. It was crazy, but it was interesting because I was like, wait a minute, hold on. She was very serious. She was very serious, but she was very forthcoming. And she explained all of it because like everybody had questions like once she started like talking. Right. It could look like that, but I believe like if they said that they were signing up for, that I think that there is like a difference. It's a big difference. It's a big difference. And it's a big difference because, Cassie said over and over and over again, that's not what, like, so he kept holding over her head, her making an album. She was 19 at the time. She was impressionable. He groomed her. And like, so even with what, like, things that you hear, like, I just truly believe that, she was a victim. I think that Diddy put people in place to always have something to hold over their heads, right? But Jane is a hard pill to swallow, even down to the fact that he did not put his hands on Jane until Jane hit him first. And that was after the Cassie lawsuit. So she just said she got enraged because she saw the lawsuit. And I just really put it together when she said, you're messing with minors, that she wasn't even old enough to buy you were messing with a minor, and she smashed his head into the cabinet, the countertop, because he was leaning over tying his shoe. Right? And so the United States said, oh, wait a minute. No. We already established that the person was over 18. And I believe she was talking about Cassie. because Cassie was 19 years old. So, you know, the legal age to drink is 21. Especially in, like, you know, in New York and stuff like that. The legal age to drink is 21. So I do believe that she was talking about that, but they had to reel her in and like, no, the person was over 18. So that's what we had that conversation. I don't think, like, because everybody was thinking that this case was going to be something else. They thought that they were going to be bringing in the freak off tapes with all these SARS on it and showing all of this stuff. That's not what this was. Something totally different. But in that case, that is such a different, to me, your profession is something that's totally different from this. Because, like, you got to sign up for that. Right? Jane signed up for it. But at some point, on Jane, when it comes to Jane, he may be found not guilty. Because they do have a line for Cassie and they have a line for Jane. You never know how the jury is going to, which way they're going to go. He may be found not guilty on Jane, but Cassie, I think they got him. I mean, it is what it is, right? And Jane just had me confused. I don't want it, I want it. I don't want it, I want it. I don't want, let's go to Noble, I want it. I don't want it, I want it. I don't want, like, she's like such the unperfect victim. And I just want to be, 100 here. I mean, it is what it is. Unlike Cassie, he was telling Cassie she was the only one when they made it official. But yet still having these FOs with these other men. Right? Because he told Jane from the gate, no, I'm into poly. I'm never going to have one woman. You decided to stay. Once we went out to dinner and you took a picture of your food and posted it, he told you to take the plate down, ain't nobody in the picture? Girl, bye. Yeah, I heard it. Like, the lady was so interested. I'm telling you, and she was the dom. I'm telling you, she explained all that to us, and I was sitting there like, oh, well, clutch my pearl, like, because she was being so honest and, like, and explaining, how, how they role play. She was telling us about all the stuff they use and these beds, and it was a lot. It was a lot that night. It was, yeah. I was just like, oh, you're dangerous. But she said that's what people want. That's what her person wants. She's been like with him for 15 or 16 years, and she doesn't expect any loyalty from him. But she's like the only person, even though it's open, but she's like the only person, like, he enjoys her and it pays her very well. And I was like, okay, so they're kind of like in a relationship, well, whatever. But she kept saying, well, no, it's like the BDSM thing, but we just, it's an open relationship, but we really haven't seen like anyone else. And I'm just like, I'm confused. But okay. But then she was just telling us about what goes on, and she was very forthcoming. It was interesting. So, all right. So now let's look at this. So it says, and you know what else? He got these outside companies that has to approve this money for the D-rugs that he had these people buying. It's like today they really broke this down. If they didn't break it down no other day, if something was missing the other day, they really broke it down today. It is not even all about, he's not just charged with X trafficking. So if he would have had somebody in the same city where he lived and they didn't get caught, I don't think it wouldn't be a thing. It's the fact that he flew these people out to pay them for that reason and pay them for that reason. Why they are getting him on like the X trafficking thing. Yeah, it's different strokes for different folks. It's like whatever, whatever people do in their bedroom, it is their business. It really, truly is. I'm just going by what the law is saying and what we're reading here. I've seen some very disturbing things on the internet this weekend. Like, I'm like, when did that little girl get on the stand? When did that girl get on the stand? And when did she testify? Y'all lying. So remember the young girl in the cringe video? It's very cringe. Where she said that Papa Combs found me on the street and he decided to take me in. And what was her name? Ava Baroni? She did not testify in this case. So I just was like, people will just put up anything for a click and a freaking view. She is not one of these victims. She did not testify. And I believe, like, if she was a victim, because they do have that cringe video, they would have definitely had her in here on the stand. So I saw some people make a video about that this week, and I was just like, y'all doing anything, because that's not that girl ain't testifying. She is not any of these Janes. She's not Mia. No, y'all are lying. So anyway, that bothers me. So banking coordinator said we'll pick up the cash, $5,000 for you, $15,000 for PD. That's I'm sure it's not police department, it's Bub Daddy. Okay, I can see that. All right, so what injuries are on Jane? Objection sustained. Was this video found on Jane's iCloud? Oh, they went all into her cloud, girl. See, yes, no further questions. Jurors will break here. All right, so let's go down and see if they did anything else today. So they're back. Let's get the witness on the stand. A jury enters. Oh, so they started cross. Okay. Ooh, hold on now. They started cross. This should be interesting. Yeah, Ava, that was so creepy and so cringe. But they did put up a video when the twins were younger. She's in that picture. So I'm talking about they were really young. She's in that picture. Because remember in the video when Diddy told her, oh, come on now, girl, baby girl, this the internet, you're gonna have to clean that up. Because they gonna be thinking like, and she was like, well, yeah, I met the twins when I was 6 months old. Okay, so let's see what Gary goes. They got Tenny doing the cross. Like, Tenny, you've been messing up. So I hope today you on your A game, girl. Because, girl, you've been a little off. And y'all notice that Nicole Westmoreland ain't get up here and cross nobody no more. She didn't get up here after she bagged this witness over here. And, I don't know if anybody else did, but I know I had to do my video on her. Girl, you over there getting paid all that money and I get it. But baby girl, you were in the same predicament. I mean, just you didn't go all willy-nilly with it. But you did. We're not going to go back and revisit that story. But you did try to sue, Cash Money Records and all that. All right. So anyway, that's another video. I did that already because I just couldn't believe how it just bothered me, girl. And then they got picture videos of you on the stand crying in the ponytail. I said, oh, that's really Nicole Westmoreland. Child, let me pull this up and take a look at this. Hi, my name is Lil Dow. They try to say Christian might have tried to do something to Ava. Right, I did read that. But it's a lot of clickbait out here. I did read that. So until they can come with something concrete or until somebody brings charges against her, I just do believe that the picture where they said they were going horseback riding, the video where they said they were going horseback riding and people were asking for Ava every day. And so here she is. I stopped that the girl don't look like this. She don't look like Ava. grown up or not, she doesn't look the same. So I don't know. It's a lot of people, they just don't know what it is or means what looks like abuse. And right. No, I get it. She explained it very well. So, but it was just like she, you know what? Do y'all have a class y'all take or something? Because she said something like the same thing that you just put up here. She did say something like that. It takes a lot of care, like in concern, to be the dom in the relationship and to take care of the sub. So she said a lot of people. It's a lot of trust built in those relationships. But what was confusing everybody, because she said that they haven't really been seeing anybody, but they're open. Yada yada. No, that's what it is. But it started out as a BDSM thing. This is what she said. But it's just that, like, I guess they link up so. And she said she really, really cares for him. Like, not like I really care about him. I really love him. She does, but she said no. She really, really takes care of him. Like, she just said he trusts me with his life. She's like, do you guys understand how many times I could have offed him? But me being the dom, I have to know, like, when to stop, even when he doesn't know his boundaries. She's like, she knows, if I go another step further, he could be out of here. And then she said that they do the whole thing, like, the wrestling match sometimes, the tapping out, because he wants her to do these things to him. Sometimes he may not be able to, and they have like different signs when he's saying, stop right there, that's enough. It was interesting. So, I mean, she did. So I did understand the concept after she explained it to us, but it was just, when we first got, because she just like, came up on the panel. We were talking about relationships and stuff like that. And then she came in with it. And it was just over. I was like, that live was long. It was, because it was interesting. She's like, she brought us into the whole world, explaining to us. And like, people, she let you ask any question that you wanted to ask, because every time she responded with an answer, it was just like, somebody was like, but wait. But what? And they had questions, and she just was, like I said, she was very transparent. She was honest, and she was upfront, and she explained the whole dom subject. That's why I know what you're talking about, because this lady, she just, one night, we were talking about relationships and love and what people, will put up with, what they won't put up with, and she just came up there and was like, I've been and I was like, we was like, okay. And it was, at first it was a little weird, but she was just speaking her truth. So, I mean, she explained to us like nobody judged her at first. I was a little confused there, but she explained. So, I mean, it was a lot. We was on that live for a long time, and she was just like explaining. So, yeah, you have to pay a lot of attention. She did say that. She said, because sometimes the sub won't tap out or do the sign they supposed to, but she knows. So yeah, she said, when she's there. To me, I think they're a couple. They just want to stay there open. I think at some point they became a relationship. She's been around with 15 years or more, and I think she said around year 5, they're still open, but they stopped seeing other people. So I'm like, at that point, is that a relationship? And she's like, but she kept saying no, it's still an open thing. So basically, I guess she's saying no. If I want to go and I can. If he wants to, he can. But he's so comfortable with her. So I said, okay. So in your world, that's how it works. And she said yes. So. He said, y'all pass every day. So everybody, every day that's into media. We could be, guess what? So let's get the witness on the stand. So, okay, so this is Titty Garrigo. So she said, Agent Cerciello, this exhibit shows expenses paid for Sean Combs. This is an account from QuickBooks. In an abundance of caution, let's turn off the public screen. Let's look 7 lines down. JetBlue LA agency fee, other AR receipt, Sean Combs. Do you see that? Yes. Let's look at line 9, JFK to LAX. account of Jessica Ruiz, CDOPCO LLC is the opco. Right. When you did the chart, you saw only the Amex records. I saw what was presented to me. Oh, okay. Now this is another chart that you reviewed. Let's go to page 15, row 39. You listed the lawsuit Ventura versus Combs and Combs' IG video. Do you see this month-to-month lease in Jane's true name? Have you ever seen this exhibit? I have not. Turn the public screens back on. Here we saw Combs saying, damn, wish you were here, right? Yes. Because the public screens of these exhibits have been turned off nearly all day, the seeming fast oral reference to Swipe Diddler may have been too good to be true. Earlier in the case, we referred to Cabral as Sly, aka Sly Diggler. Okay, because remember we said, like, wait, hold on now. So here Jane writes, oh God, we got Jane up, y'all. Hold on, we got Jane up, child. I'm so sick of Jane.
I'm horny for you and put in deep in me.
Motherfucking Jane. So these next two pages are not in your chart, are they? No, I don't think so. So she writes, child.
Having wine, miss you. That's not included. Having wine, miss you.
So she asked, that's not included. She said it is not. So she writes, child.
I have some here, but mostly black dominatrix style.
The agent says yes. So I'm going to bring up DX3328 under seal page 17, messages between Jane and Cabral, Sly. Jane writes,
I might have some time off.
And then she writes,
hey cutie, how are you? And he writes,
I'm just back from cooking for a brunch. I'm one of a kind, baby. She writes back,
laugh out loud. These pigs. Okay, if I fly you out, I'm so horny. I need you. I'm touching myself right now.
Right? He says yes. Jane! Jane! See, that's what I'm telling you. Like, Jane got me so conflicted. So Combs, so it says the messages you review omitted emojis, right? He said, I'm not sure. Jane writes,
see you soon with a kiss, face emoji, then heart eye emoji.
So he, Cabral Sly, writes, me too, also with emojis, right? He says yes. This is a thing, and I'm wondering if the United States has picked up this, right? I'm wondering. Because sometimes with Jane, you really don't know. But a lot of times, with Cassie, Sean would have her send out text messages, like this. With Jane, we don't know, because she was in some places with Cabral where Sean wasn't. And so I'm wondering, I know that Cabral is being paid, but some of these people that are being paid are they are athletic trainers. They are athletic trainers. And so they may have a little coin. Jane is for the coin. Jane is for the streets. Period. Like, I mean, I'm just keeping it real. Jane is for the streets. Now turn off the attorney screens too. Do you see the metadata? He says yes. Test the headphones to make sure they work. Here's piano music. Now play the video. Video played with public screen and attorney screens turned off. Keep the public screen off. Pull up DX3328. Jane messages Cabral. What does he respond? He texts, I'm just chilling in Houston waiting for my flight. Jane writes, want to come to Miami? I have a small free window. Emoji. Jane writes, oh, Sly, thank you for making me feel so beautiful. He writes, you called me by my government name. I said, whoa, things getting personal now. Jane writes, I'm traveling. Maybe you could come to PCR test needed. Jane writes, wait, you have a passport, right? Oh, then don't worry about the PCR test. Girl, Jane is getting on my damn nerve, y'all. I'm sorry. Shout out to Allie up in the chat for the 5. Thank you so much, Allie. If you're in the chat, you remember this, please put some $5 in the chat for Allie. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate you, and I appreciate the 5. Thank you so much. Child, let me tell y'all something. I need to be over here to the YouTube because I'm still steady over here reading this stuff. When I tell you, Jay got me in confusion. I'm conflicted and in confusion with that one, child. I think that I told y'all, for me, right? Because at some point, Diddy had to be smarter than to, and you know, the jury could kind of feel this way too. Because like I said, he didn't put hands on her. He didn't put hands, feet, and stuff on her head. But he didn't do all that till she put his hands on him first. Like, because she was a SLW to him. Like, girl, it was all about who your baby father was. That's who it was about. It wasn't about you, ever. And so, yeah, I'm having such a hard time with this girl. Like, I'm just so conflicted. So, yeah, but listen, it is what it is when it comes to her. Jane, you gotta do better from this point on. Listen. Jane, I'm just not convinced. All right. I mean, you know, I am convinced when it comes to a certain point, but she didn't have to be in a position that she was in. Child. I'm just not. Hold on. How did I get back here? What happened? Oh, here you go. So he said test the headphones to make sure they work. Here's piano music playing. Video played with public screen and attorneys turned off. Okay, so we did that. Jane. So Jane writes, wait, you have a passport? Okay, so she said no PCR test needed. So, Your Honor, this is a good place to stop. It's 3 p.m. Okay, jurors, you may go. Guerra goes, I have an hour and 15 left or more. The judge says, okay, so tomorrow the cross, then we'll give the jurors a long break for the Rule 29 motion. If it's denied, defense should be ready to put on its case tomorrow. Okay? Oh, that ain't the right thing, Jam. Tomorrow, be ready to put that case on, he said. All right? Dag. 4 hours each with jury charge in the middle of Friday. So we are trying to agree on the jury instruction, but let's say in the Rico conspiracy section, you have different positions. Okay. I don't want to break up the closing. So we could stay late Thursday. See you tomorrow. He don't be playing. Adjourned. Listen, he does not be playing. The people are tired. Like, the people are really tired of this case. To be honest with you, people are very tired. It's like now it's just like, but the United States government had to do what they did today. They had to do what they did today. And so what they're doing now is, from what I see, is they're trying to say, like, the government is being deceiving by only showing certain messages and leaving out certain messages because it makes Jane look bad. Listen, Jane was already looking bad when she was on the stand. Like, we didn't have pity for Jane like we had for Cassie. At 30-something years old, you got to be something. You got to be. Listen, you got to be like on your game at 30-something years old. At least, 19 and 30 something years old. You got to figure this. Cassie was 19, Diddy was 17 years older than her. He held that career over her head, and she said, I keep asking you to put out my music for the millionth time, and you just won't. But you'll beat me. She had so many people, different people come and corroborate stories. They were there. They had some very good witnesses that testified. None of them wanted to be there, but they testified to the beatings as well. Not just the beating in the Intercontinental Hotel lobby that was recorded. You know, the pictures with the gash over her face when he, you know, slammed her into the bed, the bedpost, like the edge of the bed. So there is a lot of evidence, you know. But my thing is with Jane, girl, I'm gonna need you to get a therapist. I'm gonna need you to get a therapist, Jane. Or just it is what it is. At this point, Jane, at this point, you might as well go on and join the brothel. Where's legal, you know, to do this mess in Nevada at this point? Because you're LSW. And I'm just keeping it real. I'm not trying to, you know, like I said, according to the law, she did become a victim. But her being a victim did heighten after she read Cassie's lawsuit. And like I said, like the most important thing that came from her testimony was she was able to corroborate that when that CNN video dropped, she was with Diddy. And his sons knocked on the door and woke them up. She saw them huddling, going over what he should say in this video. He even let her read it over. She thought it was very sincere because Cassie's name was in it. So she said it felt like it was personable. And at this point, he hadn't touched her yet. But when he posted the apology on Instagram, he had took Cassie's name out at the advisement. According to his attorney Mark Agnafilo, he is the one that told him to take Cassie's name out for different reasons. Why didn't you give him option 3? Don't say you sorry at all, because you done lied. This where Diddy might get caught up, right? You lied and said you didn't. She lying. This a money grab. All this stuff. She lied. It's a money grab. Did it only for this tape to drop. And you sitting there saying that I'm sorry. I was sorry when I did it, and I'm sorry now. And what else gets me, people, right? And I understand he's not being charged with some things, but his team, his attorneys, have admitted to a lot of things, guilt about a lot of different things, because he's not charged with it. But the federal and state levels are different. So the state, if the statute of limitations have not run out on some things, the state can pick up these charges that he's already said that you guys have already said in this great big federal court of law he's guilty about. It wouldn't be double jeopardy. You got people doing state time and federal time all the time. So it's not double jeopardy. I just didn't understand, especially with the $1 million team that they have, why you guys over and over and over, kept getting up and saying, oh yeah, well, he might have had this problem and he's guilty of this, but I just, maybe it's me and maybe I don't understand. I just know that the feds charge you and the state can charge you as well. You could be charged for both. And federal charges doesn't have anything to do with like state charges. So that's all that I'm saying. That's all that I'm saying. So, y'all, we got through to the end of it. It is over. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much. Thank you so much for always y'all hit that like button. We have a goal. We're trying to get to 4K subs. Yeah, we are right there. We're almost there. So that would be greatly appreciated. It's a free way to start the show. Support the show. I mean, shout out to Allie 45. Allie, I'm gonna get you in the banner because I have to. And I'll just leave it there because we're just like at the end. But what do you guys think about me doing a? I want to do it. A reaction to outside. Child, y'all listen. I live. I'm sorry, y'all. I live. Child, it ain't nothing like when you done fumbled the whole bag. And she coming out like, I said she, what? The only thing that, the reason why I don't know, I guess you have to put in the title, like this is a reaction to this video. To this, yeah, I think that's how that goes. I don't know if they would, try and strike my dad or channel. But I think I could just put that it's a reaction. I think as long as you have that and you have to react to it from the video that is on YouTube. Yeah. Cardi B done came out with the summer banger, girl. And then she coming out with the whole, I might have to do a whole album review. Listen, I might have to do a whole review of the album. Listen, because baby, I don't know. I just can't, I can't get with the fact that, shut up about that. I'm just going to say outside. We on outside. We outside tonight. Oh, she done slay him. Child. But anyway, so let's get back. So you know what? Also, I wanted to tell you guys, I don't know. We're getting so close to, they postponed. So let me let y'all know that they postponed the hearing for Jarvis Butt. That was postponed to August 1st for his final hearing before the trial, which is in the Naziah Harris case, which is they're going to be starting the jury selection. It's supposed to be October the 6th. So he was supposed to have his final hearing in July. There are so many things flying and swarming around about this case. It's really, really sad. Like, so the children, Annette and Sharon, Shannon and Marquita's children have been removed. They are with CPS finally, because they people are saying they were with CPS and they wasn't. So excuse me, and the family members are on here like arguing and going back and forth. So you family members that are on here arguing and going back and forth, how about you go get them children? Because these two not fit, and neither is their mother. And I said what I said, and the petition is still up. So that's August 1st. And then, the trial is going to be coming on, in October. We also have another trial. That's why I really, really don't want to get wrapped up in a trial like that, where it's going to be, well, this is what is it. We're June, right? So July. So there's some things that I wonder what's going on with Jarvis. But so the only thing that I have, he was supposed to go with he was supposed to have a final hearing, and they postponed that to August 1st. So August 1st, we should know a little more. There is so much to this story, right? So Jarvis was, essayed as a child by a woman, right? That he has a child with. Is deep. This case is deep when you start looking into the other people. However you wanted to go, he still was S8. He was still a minor. He had a child with her. And it is so sad that the girl's friend, she did an interview. She did an interview and she said that she was friends with the young lady. And the young lady, she knows she was pregnant twice by Jarvis Butts. And that's his daughter. The rabbit hole really goes deep. God daggone it, just right in my face. You just cut me on off. Hold on. So the rabbit hole really goes deep when it comes to this case. It's like everything that outside of this case that, you know, that's being found out. There is some great content creators that actually go really, really deep into the case. And they found like so many things. And it's really, really sad. They've confronted like people. And so when they say like YouTubers don't be doing work, that's not true. You got some people out here that are just really into it. I mean, they've really gone to the limit, beyond the limits. And, you know, and they have like really done some work. I was on a panel. Child, let me tell y'all, the survivor speaker was on the panel cutting up. I'm glad I didn't see nobody in there that know me, because y'all would have been like, hold on, wait a minute, put a little pippin in it. So what happened was, y'all, let me tell y'all very briefly what happened. So I was on this panel, and I just happened to, I couldn't sleep one night, and I just, you know, happened to just be showing my boy over there, Shank Love some love. And I just happened to be going over there, and they were in the comments arguing with the lady that I gave so many props, Kiwana. Kiwana and Janelle are the two cousins that had reported. Oh, I thought I put my camera back on. So they had reported to CPS, right? That something was going on with the kids at Annette's house. Okay. And so, you know, I didn't understand all of this. I did it first. I did it here. I did it first, because when you look back, they were the first two who had done it. So then Roxy enters the building. It's a whole lot going on with Roxy. Like my mom, sometimes I be in confusion. She's petty as heck. And a lot of times, like, this is not what this case is about. This case is about Naziah, but not only about Naziah. It goes deeper than that, right? This man, you know, I said his own children. And so I, you know, wholeheartedly believe that Shannon and her mother knew. I wholeheartedly believe that. Like the things that they had been doing, trying to throw people off, you know, saying that people saw her, you know, there were sightings. Then you hear Shannon just calling into, she's mad because people are talking about the case. So she's like, you know, calling in if the person has a line where you could call in, and, you know, saying all of this crazy stuff. It just gets really crazy. And then Marquita, who's her twin, the boyfriend, is, you know, he did an interview. It's here somewhere on my page. I covered it because Shank Rock, with the shout out to Shank Rock, permission from Shank Rock. He interviewed them. And so it was just a whole thing. So this night on the panel, Kiwana was in the comments because they really went down the rabbit hole with this case. And she's in a comment now, she's swinging. And so they like, if you want to talk, come on the panel. But it's like, girl, we know that you are the one that filled out the CPS papers. But at this point, that has already been communicated months ago. We get it. Y'all on here arguing and straying away from the main point, which is Naziah Harris and all of those children and all of the victims of Jarvis Butts, because there's more victims. So that's what this is about. Y'all on here arguing about tag, I did it first. Oh, you know, we did this and we put out. You got the other cousin over there. She making it coin in every which way she can. She got fans. She got the fan. All this other stuff. She writing subliminals on fans and on shirts about Kiwana, and it is just crazy and it's a mess. And I'm just like, I'm not going to, I can't stay in the mix like that. My focus is like just is I'm laser focused on how this case is going to turn out for Nazaria Harris, because Jarvis Butts is not the only predator in this freaking case. Annette Harris and Shannon Harris need to go to jail. That's it, and that's all. It's already been proven that they perjured themselves on the stand. It's already been proven. Some of the stuff that they have said, not Annette, she doesn't go on these YouTube streets like that. But some of the stuff that Shannon and Marquita, her twin sister, the Michelin twins, if you will, I believe I erased I took their picture down, but I'm gonna have to get it back up here, of the Michelin twins. Like, they are just it is sad. It is very sad. And so the boyfriend, oh, I think I got it right here, but the other twin ain't in it. Here she go. That's Shannon before she dropped that weight. Michelin twin, and her sister had on the blue aluminum foil. It's just a lot, y'all. It goes deep. It goes so deep. Like they've went like pull people out. So this young lady, she came on a panel and she was saying that she was crying. She was in tears because she went to school with Jarvis Butt's first daughter. He had a daughter by this lady that essayed him. So she went to school with her, and she said it was so sad. She said it was just really, really sad. The interview was disturbing. She said that her heart goes out to her, and she's trying to find her. She said she's trying to find her because she said she was really her friend. She was really her friend, and she said that the girl was very closed off. They kept her kind of like secluded, and they would invite her to parties, and they would never let her come to the party. Like it is just, it went deep, and she was just crying and saying that how she's been trying to find her, and she's going to keep trying to find her because they were friends. And you can feel that she was so sincere. It was really sad. She said that she was her friend in school, and she said it was just awkward because Jarvis would always come and pick her up from school. And then she said the girl came to her house one day, and the girl told her she was pregnant. And when she asked her by who, she just said she wouldn't tell her. But she said she got that. So this is what happened. So y'all know that Jarvis liked to groom the kids. It's already established, has been testified to, right? She said that she was bothered by the questions that he asked her. He has a creepy vibe about him. And she said he asked her, well, what kind of dress are you wearing to the prom? And she's like, what? And she said it may seem like something small to other people, but this is a man. This is a grown adult man. Why is he concerned about what type of prom dress that I'm wearing? And she said it just came from left field. And he always gave her like this creepy feeling. And she said that the girl was pregnant twice, and she had 2 terminations. And she said that she always just knew that Jarvis was touching her. And they were saying that there's a prom picture out there. If you look at it, she looks creeped out in the picture. They took the picture together. And she just said that they shared a lot of things. She said, but she just wouldn't go there, with the Jarvis thing. She had just started saying, like, there's a lot of things that I can't tell you. But she did trust in her and tell her that she was pregnant. So she knows that she was pregnant twice. She knows that it was Jarvis Butt's child. Now, I do believe that she's going to be testifying. I do believe that. I think she may be testifying, against him. And, and if that is the case, we're just going to send out prayers, light, and love to all of those victims, and pray that they have the strength and the courage to get up there and face their predator abuser and tell their stories. And then I'm gonna pray that, you put a net on the stand, put a net ass on the stand. Yeah. Put her on the stand, question her, let her perjure herself again. And when you tell her she can step down, tell her to put her hands behind her back and slap the bracelets on her. Put Shannon ass on the stand, let her perjure herself again. And when she finished, because I think this should have been done already. You want to come and testify anyway, bitch. Put her on the stand, and when she finished, slap the cuffs on her and lock her up. They got an uncle. Subpoena his ass, put him on the stand and lock his ass up too. It's a whole they family, it's a whole family and a dynamic. It goes deep, y'all. It's a family of this has been going on in their family, going on and on and on. And Shannon and her sister have been alleged and accused by their younger cousin of doing the same thing to her. They've been trying to discount that story, tell her that she's lying, all this other stuff. We won't know until the trial starts. I mean, of course, Shannon is not on trial. They're not on trial for this girl. But she came out and told her story, and I shared it over here a while ago. And she's just like, I wish Shannon would just tell the truth. So then we got the whole birthday video. Annette got on the stand. Miss Stevie Wonder to the bullshit. She got on the stand. Oh, can you point Jarvis Butts out? Oh, I can't. I need my glasses. I can't see. I can't see him. Bitch, he the only one sitting there in green. You got glasses? Oh yeah, my daughter got them out in the hallway. She put the glasses down. Oh yeah, that's him right there, sitting right there in the green. And did he come in your house? Oh no, I didn't allow him in my house. Cue the birthday video up. Cue the birthday video up. Just bring the birthday video up, y'all. Bring the birthday video up. Well, they sing happy birthday. They just got finished. And Shannon looks over there and says, Jarvista. And with the quickness, Annette starts moving the kids like, move over. Let me get over here. Let me get over here. Let me get over here. That video is on my page too. Let me get over here. Let me get over here. Oh, so you just come in and out when you feel like it? Like, what's going on with you? You don't come around. I thought you were supposed to be family. Bitch, what? He don't what? He don't what? This is video evidence that cannot be disputed, Annette. He don't what? So yeah, like listen, lock these bitches up. He not the only predator. He's not. So what happened was, get back to how I got on the piano. Kiwana was in the chat. I mean, just swinging. Because everyone was saying like something happened here, and while everybody's claiming that they love Naziah and his family, y'all on here doing tours through YouTube, fighting, and then Roxy, you over here doing all this stuff, making so much money off of Naziah. Y'all arguing back and forth. Yeah, you put in Kiwana business out here in the street. She slept with this one, that one, and the third. Oh, I'm the one that mend you and your mother relationship because she don't like the fact that you are, gay. It was just a mess. What are y'all doing? This is not about y'all. Shout out to Kiwana and Janelle for reporting this. But Kiwana, come on down to the stage. So they telling Kiwana, well, come up and tell your story. You down there arguing with everybody, and it just doesn't look right at this point. Nobody's saying anything about you. You were giving your props. But what you're doing in this chat is exactly what we're saying is the problem. So she said she was sick. She wasn't coming up. I said, Shane, drop the link. Drop the link. And I went up there. I said, Kiwana, listen. You should come up here and clear your name and talk. You're not too sick to be going off in the comments like that. You're down here. She was down there just arguing with everybody. I was so bothered and triggered. Like why are you arguing with people in the chat? Like I think we all want the same common goal here, right? It is justice for Naziah and the rest of those babies that have been taken advantage of. So You so busy worried about what's going on in the comments. If somebody got something wrong, if I'm sick, I'm not going to be in the comments. I'm just not even going to say no. I'm going to just be in the bushes. But you seem to be in the comments. I mean, and you under everybody comments just going in. Bring your ass up here and clear the air. And when I said that, she came up. It was on and popping from there. Because what happened to you? We know you were one of the first ones to report this. That is on CPS. But y'all are also the same people that said these children should be taken. Y'all didn't open up your home to them. These children are still with Shannon and in the next house. When I tell you their whole family, there is a whole family of PDFs. It's disgusting. It's hard to really like cover. It's very triggering. But you know, there's some creators that have really went down the rabbit hole. They interview people. It's nuts. It's nuts. But at the same time, people are just trying to tell you all this bickering back and forth, and you mess with this man and she mess with this one and she one day. None of that shit matters to us. None of that stuff matters to us. What matters to us is justice for Naziah. Where's this baby at? They got rumors out here that she's not unalive. She had the baby. She ran off. Her son's baby is really her baby. They found like it is really, really disturbing. It is really disturbing. So the thing is, all people are saying is y'all need to cut it. Stop. If you have no new information about Naziah in this case, stop with the rest of the BS. You've already gotten your props. Okay, you and Janelle, you saw something. Janelle reported it. They didn't do anything, so you reported it again the following week. But at the end of the day, now what y'all doing is unacceptable because it's taken away from the reason why we're here. And we would like to see justice for Naziah Harris. It's disgusting. It is very disgusting. And so she said what she said. Then she was like, well, I'm going to drop down. And then there was some other women on the panel that, kind of dug into her, like basically telling her, listen, all y'all is a little slow in the family. Listen, I didn't go that far, but she told her. All y'all done been messed with, and it's sad. But then y'all want to jump out here like these people are really doing the work. Like, boots on the ground, still trying to. Naziah has never been found. She has not been found. Jarvis' sister, the one that testified, I was thinking it, but I'm like, she was so brave to get up there. And then I was thinking it. And then I didn't say nothing, but I was thinking it. And then they said, like, so Jarvis' sister was at his shop the day Naziah Harris went missing, right? She knows her brother's a PDF. So she says she's sitting in the car because she brought a car there for her to look at it to make sure that it was safe to drive. Okay, we got that. So she was sitting in the car waiting because she wasn't paying him, so she had to wait. He had told her, if he got time, he would squeeze her in. Okay. So she sees this little girl getting in and out of Jarvis's truck. Right? Right. So Jarvis and them did not have a bathroom in the shop. I guess they had some deal with the gas station that their customers would use their bathroom. So Naziah allegedly was running back and forth to the bathroom. What Jarvis did or gave her, we do know that he had those searches on Google, how to give a termination. Y'all know how to read. A distortion without it being noticed. He was looking up antifreeze, things like antifreeze. all types of stuff. So I believe this is just my feeling. I believe he gave her something, and he was trying to do a termination, and it just went left. Right? That's what I believe. Right? But the sister. Let's get back to the sister. So she said she see this little girl. So she asked his partner, who I think is his accomplice, because baby, and I don't think that nobody in this situation should get immunity. King, y'all know King, the guy that's locked up for beating. He likes to beat on his pregnant women. Yeah, him. He was in a car with Jarvis, and he's claiming that Jarvis picked up Naziah. They were on their way to this girl's house, and he saw Naziah and picked Naziah up. And that happened more than once. Well, anywho, his sister, the one that testified, she asked Jarvis, excuse me, not King. She asked Jarvis, who is the girl that's in the car? Who is that? He's like, oh, that's King's niece. She said she didn't think no more of it. So she said she was sitting there so long, she went in and asked Jarvis, I need to use the bathroom. And he was like, oh, we don't have a bathroom. You have to go in the gas station. So when she starts to walk to the gas station, Naziah is walking in front of her. And all she remembered was that Naziah had on a jacket with some characters on it, and it was fur on the hood. Right? So she going to the bathroom, and Naziah going into the gas station to go to the bathroom. Naziah had no money. But when y'all got inside, when you was walking behind her, you kept saying to yourself, oh, she's so tiny. She's tiny. But when y'all got in the gas station, you went one way and she went another, so you never saw her face. Was she running back and forth to the bathroom? And normally in the gas station, correct me if I'm wrong, they normally have like one bathroom for the ladies and one for the men. So why would you go one way and she go another? And you saw the coat, it was getting dark out. But when you stepped into the gas station, into the convenience area, that you stepped into the light. It is just so much. So I did think about that when the preliminary trial was, hearing was going on. Preliminary hearing. And I was like, wait a minute. She was running back and forth to go to the bed, I believe, because he gave her something. So when you went one way and she went another. And I understand people like to mind their business, but I just would have been like, I know my brother is a PDF. Listen, why are you sitting in the car? Why does King have his niece sitting in the car? Why are you sitting in the car? Like, why are you I would have been nosy. What you doing now? Like, why are you sitting in the car? Why are you running back and forth to this bathroom? Are you okay? I would have said something. So the sister, yeah. I thought it, but they said it. And I was like, you know what? I was thinking the same daggone thing. Like, it is so much. So y'all, that's what I can give y'all. I can give y'all that August 1st is supposed to be the final hearing for him, and the trial, the jury selection is still scheduled to start October 6th. Hopefully, I'm going to have to try to find a way to, I'm going to have to find a way. I might not be able to go live because I may not be live for the studio because I want to cover this live. So y'all might just get the avatar because, listen, I ain't got no studio at my mama's house. And that's where I am, like in the morning. And it depends on whether or not she goes to her program on Tuesdays, and when a lot of days she just goes once a week, and she just texts me like, "I'm home and I got to be like, let me get over there." And so she's just going through a lot, and it's just a lot. So what did they say about? So what? It was her testimony. I thought it when she was on the stand. So the thing is, she was sitting out there all this time. She saw Naziah. She allegedly asked Jarvis who that was, but Naziah was sitting in his truck, one of the baby mother's truck, I believe, whoever he was going with. He thought he was a ladies' man, right? She asked Jarvis who was she, and he said that's King's niece. And so she just went in the car and sat in the car. So she sees Naziah getting in and out the car, going in and out the gas station. She don't know that they don't have a bathroom in the shop. So they must have some agreement with the gas station. So she says that she sees Naziah getting in the car, going to the gas station, coming back, getting out the car, going to the gas station, coming back, getting back in the car. So she goes and tells Jarvis, "I need to use the bathroom." And he said, "Oh, you got to go to the gas station." So she's like, okay. So she says she goes to the gas station, and as she's walking, Naziah, the young lady that we know that's in the car now, Naziah was walking in front of her, she said. And she said she thought, you're going to make me, for always, you're going to make me pull up her testimony. Maybe we'll do that. We're going to do that. And she said, she's really tiny. So she walked behind her. And when they went in the gas station, when they went inside, they used to use the bathroom. She said she went one way and Naziah went the other way. Houseway. Naziah, gas stations really have a restroom for, normally have a restroom for a lady and a man. Some gas stations only have one restroom. So it was just odd. And I thought it at the time, but I just didn't say it. But like I said, there's these YouTubers that are really doing like deep dives. They are like, calling people that are around in the area and, and everything, and like, so one day I was on a show and they were just like, the sister is just like suspect. And then I thought I had said in the chat, like, listen, because what got me was when they got into the gas station. She said she went one way and Naziah went the other way. So she only called them and told them that she saw Naziah. I want to say it was maybe 3 days after or something like that. Shannon and another one of his kids' mother called her. Because I was wondering why Jarvis's attorneys was questioning her. So they were very stern when even though she's there like under the prosecution subpoena, like they was really going at it with her. And I kept saying, like, this whole like back and forth is just not right. So now, looking at, I didn't know I was the only one that felt that way. And so, Shank Rock, they report about Naziah Harris and this other lady, her name is Miss Parker. She really, really, has been, really, really, digging into people, meeting people. People have been talking to, she's been really doing the thing. And, we had all came to the conclusion. So they've dug deep into Shannon Harris's family, and the PDF roots go, this is what their family does. So they keep saying that there is also a sex trafficking ring where they are from. And so, they're like, what if their family is a part of the ring? Because it's just, it is really something to hear it. You like, what? I thought she was genuine at first. That's the only part that had got me, was when she said they went into that gas station, and when she went one way and Azaya went the other. That kind of like, I'm kind of like, that doesn't make sense. Because, and for me, you know, if you have somebody in your family, right, and they said that this person is this way or whatever, and then now knowing Jarvis's history, he was essayed as a child. Oh, the woman is hideous too. And so he had that child with this older lady. But society they don't look at that the same way. He still don't get a pass. You know, he doesn't get a pass. Because your own children, you gave a 2-year-old what? So you just having kids just to sleep with them? And so I haven't found the account yet. I haven't. But his older daughter, Janiyah, she is the one that was in the text messages. She is the one that the Marquita's daughter, the 9-year-old girl. I wish they would stop saying her freaking name on these channels. Because she's either still 9, about to be 10. She may have turned 10. Her father is protecting her for a reason. And her father took her from Marquita. She's been with her father. He took her. But they allowed, Annette House allowed her to go to Jarvis's shop. First time he had relations with Naziah and his daughter Janiyah. I keep telling you, Janiyah and Zaniyah are two different people. Janiyah is Shannon Harris's oldest daughter. Naziah is Lady's daughter. Her mother's name is Lady, but her grandmother had custody of her. Y'all said that man was in their house. That man was in the basement. He was in her room, then stole some of her panties. Everything came out in that preliminary trial. And Shannon, I believe they caught Shannon up in some things. You know what I'm saying? And I just think that they're not saying nothing, and they're holding it close to the vest. When she got on that stand and they asked her, was this her number and was these her text messages? And she was looking and she was like, oh, that's my, oh no, I didn't send those. But they are so stupid, they don't realize how deep the government can go and get your records, your iCloud, your all of that. So you called Jarvis and said, do y'all need Naziah up there for anything? It goes really, really deep. It goes really, really deep. It's disturbing. It's a lot. But the players and the characters have been popping out. And it's crazy. They sure did let that other little girl go to Jarvis' job. Right. And so the first time he was just grooming her, I guess he was just showing her that this is okay. And then she went back a second time and he tried her. And she was like, no. And then when she said that, oh my gosh, my mother, she's not going. See what I mean? She's not going to the cinema tomorrow. So anyway, so yeah, so she was like, no, she's with her father, and her father, taught her that. So she kept telling him no, and then he finally took her home. The grandmother got on the stand and said, "Oh, Naziah never went with Jarvis. No, she ain't never." He would come and get them girls talking about he was taking them to the store. What? He had coloring books and stuff at the shop. Because he has children, he need to have a whole daycare center over there? I think not. How many other children has he groomed, or have him and King? Because I listen, at this point, Jarvis and King was thick as thieves, and they was with Naziah, both of them that day. And I don't think that Jarvis just was doing this all by himself. I don't think so. But yeah, we had it out with Kiwana. It was a mess. It was a mess because it was just crazy. She's talking about she's sick, but you steady popping off in this chat. Get focused. She like, oh, y'all don't know what y'all talking. Like it was just, she was just like, yeah, no, y'all mad because these people are speaking up. And I felt so bad for the girl that did the interview, who was Jarvis Butt's oldest daughter's friend. Because she was crying and everything. And she was like, I just want to find her. She said she had a rough time growing up. She was like, and her parents will always say, oh, well, you know, why? You know, we invited her to the party. Like, they allow her to go, like, go over there and visit with her for like an hour. She said nothing ever happened to her over there. But every time her family would try to invite her, like, because they felt like bad, because she used to be like just be to herself, and it's all Jarvis was picking her up like every day. And she said she could see that she was just like, just, you know how you're just quiet and you're just in a shell, because I got this secret I really can't tell nobody. But she said she just knew. She knew. And she said they had moved. They moved. I forgot whether she said she moved or her friend moved. But she said, like, now that this came out, like, she really, really wants to be like a shoulder, or, you know, a friend to try to help her, especially if this is something that she's going to be testifying, and she really wants to be there. She's like, because she said, that was my friend, y'all. She said she was really my friend. And she said I was so protective of her. And she said because she was so fragile. It was just, it's too much. I don't want to start tearing up, but, you know, the girl just was like, so then there was a girl in the comments, and the girl said, hi, I'm her sister and I'm looking for her too. And they're like, wait a minute, hold up, you the sister? And they was trying to ask her, like, wait a minute, like, you the sister, what, like, are you another one of Jarvis' children, or are you and the mother that? And the girl said, like, you know, she was removed from the home, and she was somewhere else, and she lost track of her sister, and she said she's looking for her too. And so her friend was on the panel. She said, well, you know what? She said, y'all, I can't sleep days. She said, I be on Facebook. She said, I done enter all the names. She said, I done reverse searched her. I don't know if things changed, if she got her name, but she's trying. She said, and she was like, I'm sure she doesn't look too different, because they were in high school. So she was like, I'm going to continue to look for her. She said, until I find my friend. She said, that was my friend. It was really, really sad. It was really, really sad. And she knew the work that they were doing over on that channel. She even was like, what is your cash app? And so I want to donate because you guys are doing so much. And Miss Parker told her, no, that's fine. Like you're doing enough by, doing what you're doing. And we hope that we can, assist you in helping to find her, because this is crazy. But I want to say that if that is, there is one of his daughters that is 21, I believe now, is supposed to be testifying in this trial. So, they probably will have the 9-year-old girl testify again in the trial. Well, she should be 10. at that time. I just wish that, the YouTubers would not say her name. Her father's a really good dude, stand up good dude. I don't know, from what I can tell from how he protects his daughter. I had one conversation with him. And I never asked him his daughter's name, and I just told him to, tell his daughter, like, she's so brave, standing on the stand, getting on the stand, and tell him what she knew to try to get justice for Naziah. And that's it. So now people do have the transcripts, and people are reading, and they're saying this little girl's name, and I'm just like, her father never said her name, not where I saw. Not in anything that I saw. I've never heard him say her name. And so I just like, don't say that little girl's name. She's still a baby. She's still a baby, a child. Don't do that. So that's where we are. August 1st. He has his final hearing. We'll know something then. And then we know as of right now, jury selection starts October 6th. So I'm going to have to try to set up something so that I'm going to cover it. I want to cover it in real time. Even if I start like an hour or so behind the time, and we play whatever it is, I'm trying to work it out. And then we also have the trial. Let's not forget the same thing. I had this was when my mother got sick. Remember, I said I might have to do a twofer, because don't forget we got Jay Lee, justice for Jay Lee. I need to find out the boy named that unalived him. I can't stand him, but I need to, because I didn't put much focus on him when we were, kind of looking at that trial. I always said justice for Jay Lee. Screw him, the PK kid. Screw him. So we got that case is starting in October too. They had a new trial date for his second trial for October. I definitely want to cover that as well. So we're gonna have to see. Allie said, F the bushes. Allie said, not in the bushes, F the bushes. I don't like the bushes. No, Allie, I don't like you in the bushes either. But you got things to do. Baby A comes first. Shout out to Baby A. And so, yeah, we're going to see, listen, because that trial, we already, when we was going over that trial, we couldn't stop. It was like I was like, I'm going to cover the important parts only. I can't stop. Oh yeah, and let me ask y'all something. Did y'all see the everybody? It's all over the place, and I saw it, and I was like, oh my gosh. Did y'all see the case about the young boy that was the guy that was on live with his girlfriend, and they were arguing, and he put it out there that she gave him the herb, and she's saying that it was him that gave him the herb, and then he wound up unaliving her. I'm like, online, like they were on live. But the thing is, he was saying it before he did it. But the reason why he did, I think the reason why he did what he did was because she started saying, oh, you know what? You ain't talking. Let me tell him about Odie. Well, Odie turned out to be the wrong. Udi, she said. Udi. It turned out to be the wrong. She said the wrong name, and his family is saying they guess she did that to throw it off. Did y'all see that? Allie said these damn bushes be causing scrapes. You for always. See, you gonna. You know what? Maybe I'll pull that one up. Maybe I'll see what time I get home and pull that one up tomorrow. Because I have an appointment myself in the morning, and now my mother's telling me I normally go over there like on 1 o'clock on Tuesdays, but she already let me know tonight. Listen, can you finish with your appointment? I'm not going nowhere. Okay. You know what? Maybe I need to bring my tablet to my mother and see if I could. But I can't. I really. It's really hard for me to like get into the. But or my MacBook. Yeah. So that I don't like you ain't. Oh my gosh. I like yeah. I just like even though I'm not live, I'm still like true crime is just listen. I'll be looking at have it in my ear like what? That one was crazy. That was so like he was on there telling people like, yeah, Peter, she the type of bitch you should be. She got so much mouth, and whatever he was trying to say, like she was trying to cut him off, like no, you lie, I know you lie, I know you lie, I know you lie, and everybody you'll see the videos going around and say like he unalived her because she gave him that's not why he unalived her. They had already found that out. He unalived her because she went on to say, "Oh, tell him about Udi," and then he was like, "What?" He said, "Go ahead and tell him. You go ahead and tell him." And he said, "And I promise you, I'm unalive you." But he said the K word. And then she like, "Y'all, wait a minute. Let me put my sneakers on because I'm gonna have to run out the door because you know he gonna beat me." I'm like, look, the mentality is like, what? And so she's like, she said, I gotta die by Udi. He had pulled out a knife out the block, center block. She said, I gotta die by Udi. So everybody thinks that he powed her. No, they said he beat her. And then he called the ambulance. So the last update that I saw was from the young man's name is OB. His cousin said his name is OB, not Udi, and they thought that this guy had something to do with his unalive, and he set them up. And their family was like, "This is an inside job. This is an inside job." And so he put hands, feet, head, knuckles, chairs, everything on this girl, and she was unconscious. He waited about an hour, called the cops, took off in her car, and then he pulled over and powed himself and took himself out. Yeah, her name was, they call her, I don't want to get the mixed, wait a minute, okay. She the Duchess? Zaria is her name. But they called them the Duchess, and I forgot what they called her. So it's all over YouTube. So you probably saw it, but the way people are reporting it, you probably like, oh, you know what? That's because you know the AI stuff is out, and people be like, a lot of people just be like, because some of the stuff they got about Diddy is really crazy. Like, come on now, he's a monster. Y'all going too far. Like y'all don't have no health records of his. They wouldn't be putting that stuff up in court. So stop. I saw it twice today on this AI video. Like, y'all do know that Diddy's kids can still sue y'all, right? Like, you know, it's one thing if it's the truth, it's the law, it's what's going on in court. But these people are taking it too far with the story I see today. So yeah, so you probably didn't know the names, right? So I'll go over it because it's not too long. Anyway, they still have an investigation, but he unalived himself. But the guy Obi's cousin did alive, and she said, listen, he knew that he had to take himself out because he would have been gone within 24 hours. So she's saying, you know how he was online telling y'all how he commit crimes, and she like, we got real, people in our family that move in silence, and he wouldn't have lasted after she said what she said. She said, oh, trust me, we was tuned into the live. So, I mean, and that's just, what it is. He took her out. You could tell they were very toxic. Oh my gosh, it was a lot. I showed y'all that. Remember? You got that here for always. The last time I was on, live. Remember? I told y'all about that. We looked at it here. It's funny. I like the picture of him, but what they have out there today is not funny. I don't like the video that I saw, and I saw it twice already, and I don't like that one. I don't like that one because I don't like that. I don't like they're giving him a disease that they didn't say that he had, and like that's going a little too far. Like he has daughters that are on the internet. And that's all I'm thinking about is the daughters. Those boys, they grown. But the daughters, and the people are like, oh, the daughters are just like him. Like, y'all, people got to stop. Yeah, they didn't choose that man. They didn't choose to be born into this life. So I'm just talking about like some of the AIs, it is funny, but what they got out there today, I just think about his kids. Like, you know, it is what it is. This is what it is. Like we covering the case. Listen, this is what's in court. But yeah, I don't know. But anyway, but that's the case. I'm pretty sure you saw it. So maybe I'll go over that case. So yeah, and you got it here. Remember I asked you for always about, and I pulled it up. About the YouTuber Sin City Manny, but his channel was Sin City Family. That's ridiculous. That was ridiculous how that happened, like right online. Yeah, we watched it. So he trying to say it was self-defense. No, they got all that evidence. They got like so much evidence, like in Vegas, there's cameras everywhere. And then you was online looking for them. You were looking for them. Oh, they in my town. They didn't even tell me. I should have got a special invitation. Sir. You were in pow that man in cold blood. And then his wife was like, oh, what that? And then you just let loose on her. You said you wanted to get the teardrop under your eye. That's what you said. You're going to get that in a little more. Yep. You got it. Now your wife doesn't have her husband. Your kids don't have their father. They don't have their lives, and their children don't have their mother or father. Yeah, they have been going back and forth and beefing, but they hadn't met in person already, and somebody made somebody that was over. And they lived in Arizona, and so they were visiting right there on the Vegas Strip. He did that, all in the like. Oh my God! It was clear as day that it was him, and then you just hear the pop, and his wife goes, "What the mother?" And he pop, and you see, because she was on live too, and you see the phone just, he out of here. I mean, and we don't even want to talk about, like, listen, I ain't even want to talk about that. I never do. Y'all been on here a long time, but y'all, look at this. I miss y'all, but I gotta go. But now, I'd get ready for tomorrow now. So it's always like, pivot in my schedule when it comes to my mother. I have to be there. So I enjoyed going over this time with you. Hopefully they're wrapping up this case this week. I don't know how many days that I think the jury is going to be out in deliberations. Case. I have no clue. I have no clue, but it's coming. We'll know. I think he's going to be found not guilty on. Jane is just a whole lot. But they don't really need Jane because they have Cassie. And I think that they proved that, about her. the bribery, they got that already. They got the bribery. And well, boy, do they have the bribery. And even if you make a bribe and somebody turns you down, it's still a bribery, right? So they got the bribery when the thing first happened in the hotel. The guy wouldn't accept it. He couldn't be bought. But then you pay. They told you $50,000, and you big spender. You done paid them $100K. Eddie, my angel. Listen, Eddie, you're my angel. I know you can do it. You're the little angel that could. Eddie, right up there on the stand. Immunity. Yep. He gave me $100K in a brown paper bag. He counted it in the money machine. They asked me, did I want to count it? He said, no, I trust the machine. He told Puff, said, don't go out there making no big purchases or nothing like that. You ain't got no money. Act like you don't have no money. Yeah, they got him on that. I think they got him on the racketeering charge, because he used his employees. Yeah, personal assistants do personal things for people, right? Oh, I pick up your clothes from the cleaners. Oh, you know what? All right, you need me to make a call and make sure that this is going on over here. But that weird shit, like you got me, listen, I can go to jail. Look. Brendan Paul started out a normal day with Puff. And then clink. Where's the guy that used to be on? I don't know if y'all know the guy that used to be on here cussing everybody out about Puff. I was with Puff. I was handing out flyers with Puff. I was a part of his team. Puff ain't doing it. I ain't seen his ass. He used to be in Charles. Don't say nothing about Puff. And then like Diddy ain't even claiming you. And you know what? Your name ain't came up in none of this stuff. He used to be on here cussing women out, everything. Oh, no, Puff. Yo, mother. I ain't said, where he at? Oh, I ain't seen him. I'm going to see if I done forgot his name, too. That's how long I ain't seen him. Child, for always. Look. No, she better be ready. She better be gearing up for the real battle of her life. She better be, let me tell you something. Even if they did not testify, right, in this case, too, Diddy being in the house the same time as the child, right? They mentioned it in open statements that Jane Doe was going to testify. So I was kind of thinking before that it would have been Gina, but Gina Hume wasn't under. She would have been testifying as Gina Hume. She was not under she wasn't testifying under a pseudonym. So Jane is the Jane that was an opening statement. And so her child's father can even have, they don't even have to subpoena that paperwork. They can go on ahead and just pay a little fee and pay for the paperwork. You say L.A. Reid? What about L.A. Reid? What about L.A. Reid? Oh, wait a minute. So did y'all hear about Fat Joe? I said not Fat Joe. Not Fat Joe. So yeah, they got one of Fat Joe's hype men is suing him for the same thing in the same court. So right now they have the civil case out. I was trying to pull the paperwork, but when I tell you you go looking for the paperwork, and it's just that, oh my God, for Diddy, you go searching in his paperwork, it is so much, and I have to click each one by one by one. Some of them are real easy. I have the court docs for the case when Cassie files her civil suit against him. I have those documents. Those are pretty easy to find. But when it comes to like Diddy, there is a lot of cases that come up. And so I even narrowed the search to just like the Southern District of New York still has a lot of cases. So yesterday I was able to like just hone in on this case right now that's going on right now. But the way they have things listed in there is crazy. And like when I click in each one, they charge me for that. I'm like, okay, so I'm just viewing the document out. Well, I might as well just go ahead and save it. So maybe I'll put that on my members only. I'll put the court docs up for Cassie. But even though people have seen them, but maybe I'll just do that. Yeah, it's just it's just fat, like it is crazy, and I'm just like, do I want to really? I don't know if I really want to go there. But anyway, y'all, I've been here. I missed y'all, but I'm I'm trying to get a schedule together. So we'll see what happens. I'm trying, but let me tell you something. I'll be totally out of it. I'll be really out of it. Life's been really life. It's a lot. It's just a lot. So I'm gonna end the show the way I always do. Y'all know me. By bringing awareness that men get breast cancer too. Because the stigma surrounding the word breast, we have changed the word to peck and or chest cancer over here. So let's continue to break the stigma and keep bringing awareness that men get breast cancer too. To all of my ladies, wait, y'all, if y'all said y'all want me to do the party reaction, maybe what time is it? I don't know. It's gonna be a day, but I can't wait till I'm already laid with the reaction. I will. Thank you so much for always. I will. And to all of my ladies, please make sure you're getting your mammograms, filling on your boobies to make sure that you are all right. And don't you dare let anybody come into your house and disturb the peace that passes all understanding. I'm Survivor Speaks, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Thank y'all so much for rocking out with me. Shout out to Allie. Thank you so much for the 5, Allie. Take care, baby A for me. See you later. Thank you for always rocking out with me for always, and I will see y'all in the next live. Peace. Survivor Speaks is the name at the end of the day. People love me or hate me, I don't care either way. Breast cancer busted through like a thief in the night. The cancer's ass was knocked out before the end of the fight. A check for y'all, coming through, knocking everything out. It's just hard if you see, I do nothing for clout. Just like cancer, I'll let nothing take me out. So be respectful when you step foot inside of my house. Hold it clear to have your ass escorted on out. So hop up out the bushes, wipe your feet, take a seat, and get comfortable and chill with your girl. Survivor Speaks, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Who, what? I'm Survivor Speaks. What time is it? What time is it? It's time for you to hit that like and subscribe button and turn on that notification bell so you get a notification each and every time that I go live. Yeah.